Coming to you live
Coming to you live. This is the Danny Diesel
on
Show.
on Tuesday night. Tuesday night live. Oh no, Monday night.
It's Monday Night Live.
Yeah, what am I? I'm a day ahead.
Yep.
I've been so busy. Jeez.
Have you?
Yep, mowing. I can't even keep up with all the grass growing and the mowing and fixing things. Everything's breaking. I still haven't even planted my tomato plants.
Yeah, I haven't either. And yeah, I've been real busy too.
It
Well,
sucks when it's hot because then when I get home I'm like, nah, I'm not doing
yep,
nothing. It's too hot.
yep. Well, we are live here with Danny Diesel, Dub Wilkinson. Welcome to the show. And we're gonna hopefully people start pouring in, just pouring on in.
Bring them in.
Bring them in. Come on in, peoples.
I
But
don't know. You got any videos lined up? Because I don't have any links to, or I could go out and get them and drop some, but I don't have any nothing in
no,
particular.
we can just play it by ear and just do what we need to do. Hi, Chuck. Hi, T. But
T. I bet T. Did you enjoy my last video?
Hello, Chuck and T. Good to see you.
hello, stupid. That's it's an actual avatar called Stupid. So just so you guys know. Welcome everybody. I'm just
There's
gonna
Chuck.
we're gonna just do a Danny Diesel show and see what we can come up with. And hi, Cynthia. How are you? Good to see you.
A Danny Diesel show with no links.
With no links. Well, we're gonna like talk with you and see what's
Yeah,
up.
yeah. We're just gonna
See
go wherever you head out to.
see what you have to say.
Hello,
I was
Cynthia,
I,
and hello, stupid. I hate calling you stupid, but don't know anything else to say. So
yeah. That'd be fun to have make an icon channel where your icon's name is asshole.
I think I've seen some.
Yeah, I've seen some funny ones. Yeah,
Yeah.
throughout the years. Yeah. Well, I'm trying to think. I don't know where to. I was just right before this. I was just listening to Joe's live stream
Yeah.
that he did like at I don't know 3 in the morning.
Oh yeah.
He does them early.
Yeah. He does them real early.
or real late.
Yeah, yeah,
That's what he
yeah.
meant.
Real late for me.
Early in the morning. Yeah, but yeah. Joe and I are at a battle. We're battling.
Are you?
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah,
We're
big
always
time.
battling.
What for?
Oh, he just because I'm trying to, get him to understand about that this
A lot
election
of things.
election wasn't stolen and that kind of stuff, and he
Oh
just
yeah,
doesn't. Yeah, he just.
it's hard. That's hard.
It
I have
is.
a good
It's
friend that thinks that voting matters and stuff, and it's like, yeah. What do you tell them? It's like I know for a fact that voting doesn't matter. I mean, I know it doesn't matter. They don't count votes, and every vote doesn't matter. They just do what they want and put people
They,
in place. But it's so hard to say that to somebody and then without them looking at you like, what?
right, and it's just a matter of knowing. It's just a matter of knowing that who's in control and understanding that. Do you know what I mean? Like you know, no president is in control, and
Yeah, they're
so
puppets.
yeah, they're just puppets, and the elite are in control, and so that's kind of where we're at, and so him and I go back and forth on it, and so anyway,
Yeah, I know it's a lot of the people that think voting is well, if you don't like it, we'll vote them out and put in somebody else.
right,
They're the people that don't
Well,
see
that's
any
what
of
they've been
this.
told all their life, how important it is that you go to the polls and vote because your vote may make the difference.
That's right. I know
Yeah.
it. It's so crazy, and most of the time, the people that believe in the voting process, I I actually can say all of the time, at least the people I know, they don't they don't see the moon landing as a hoax. They don't see any of the shootings as suspicious. Even
I,
they
I,
don't see any of this stuff. They're just
Right.
boop, 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 go to work, pay my taxes, and then I'll go vote.
Well, if you believe in the political system, period, and not understand, you know, there's certain things that you can understand what's going on, but I think that in my complete, opening my eyes was knowing who the elites are and who's in control. And if I would have known that, the bankers, of course, but if I would have known that, I would have. I mean, it opened my eyes up to everything. I guess it's like a light bulb. I don't know, but
Yeah, it's a
and,
it's
and
a
and then you start understanding. You start understanding why this is everything is just everything opens up, and
we
that's what happened with me, and you know, but I was all I wasn't believing. I was believing in Trump, and then I was like,
the last 5 years, I have seen so many of those light bulbs come on with Michelle, and every one that comes on, it just illuminates another one. And so much I have learned from her learning. It's just been, it's really been just a constant learning process for both of us.
right, and of course I don't know everything. But I can, it's weird that you can feel like you could see it without even questioning. You know what I'm saying?
y-
It's Is that how you
yeah.
feel, Danny? I
Oh
mean,
yeah.
it's like
I,
it's like
I know. Yeah, it's like I'm certain about the things that I'm
right,
aware of right now. Which
right,
and tomorrow there's going to be things I'm aware of that I'll be certain of too.
right, right. It's still we have so much more to learn, but yet at the same time, it's um you have to be open to it. You have to want to see it. You have to be open to it, and that's how it is. You just have to, you know, if you know the way I see it, everybody that's a truther in the truther community, there's a lot of people that don't see certain things that we all see.
I think that's where one of the big stumbling blocks is that people have to want to know
Right.
and understand. And
But
if they don't, it's just it's a closed door.
Yeah, yeah. Well, I'll tell you, me and Lisa weren't sitting here on October 1st of 17 saying we want to see the truth, and it just snapped. I mean, something clicked, and we both. I mean, literally at the same time when we were watching the news feeds about the Vegas shooting, it was like, holy shit! Like, boink, right then and there. We weren't trying to do it. We weren't searching or researching anything at that point. I never did vote though. I
right.
never did like voting.
Well,
Mm,
I was never.
never.
I was. I have voted. I think once, twice in my entire life, and I think one was Ross Perot.
Yeah, I went once, and it was just when I first moved up here. I went with Lisa's mom and dad, and just kind of went along with the thing. And I who did I was it McCain? I voted for McCain.
Oh wow,
And it's just,
Yeah, but
yeah,
Songbird. So you
I
voted
didn't
for
actually think.
Songbird.
Yeah, I didn't think anything of it. I was like, man, it's
yeah,
never. It it just seems so stupid that with all the corruption That's something they can't fake is the voting. Right? Yeah.
Oh
There's,
yeah.
there's so
Right.
many opportunities in the voting process.
And I went back to the McCain era, and I knew what he was and what he wasn't as far as Vietnam was concerned.
Oh
And
yeah.
yeah, he was always played up as being a hero, but he
Yeah,
was a
yeah, yep.
long way
POW.
from that. Yeah.
But
Really?
now,
That'd be interesting to find. Is there videos about that?
Yes, there are.
Ah,
Uh, Probably research Songbird.
Songbird.
Yeah, that was his nickname he was given by the other prisoners of war
Oh, okay.
because he was the little songbird in the group.
Huh.
hmm,
So, what do
well,
you think then? What do you think that they kind of give him that story, like the background story that's made up?
Uh, no, it's really like everything else. He's made out to be a hero, and
right.
that's what everybody thinks of him as, and that's all you've ever heard about him is what a war hero he was. Uh, he
Well,
was
that's
shot down on his first mission. Uh, and
supposedly.
on and on. So yeah, and he was just a far, far from what he was played up to be, and
Well,
But
yeah, I definitely will check that out.
I think the thing is I because I became like I jumped into the political thing of it, sides of things, and then I kind of saw that whole side of it, and then when I really snapped about Trump, and I was already leaning, that he was going to be possibly corrupt, and then um, but once I understood, I was like, because I had all my life I had heard people say, they're just puppets, they
Yeah, yeah.
I just thought it was just like a saying, or everybody's out, but no, now I understand it, and I think once people understand who really runs the show and what it's all about is is the biggest step I think anybody could understand what is actually going on in the entire world. Um, because to me, it's knowing who the controllers are. It really is. You
Well,
can
yeah, that's the ticket. I mean, that would be the goal is to find out who's in charge,
right,
so something
and
could be done about it. But
but when you're mad at Biden, or just think it, yeah, of course he's a putz, and but that
he's supposed to be.
but that's all done by design, so everybody can get riled up and blame him for everything that's happening,
absolutely,
and then they're going to bring I think they're going to bring Trump back. I really do, because then they're going to have all the followers. Everybody's going to go, "Oh, thank God, he's back. He's going to save us now." Do you know what I mean?
Mm,
And
I
they
don't. I think the January 6th hearings that they're holding right now are going to be the excuse that they use to not bring him back.
huh.
Um,
Well, they're trying to work it that way. I don't know if you've watched any of that. I've watched a little bit of it,
only the
and
first one.
and basically, it's just it's not a hearing about January 6th. It's a Trump bashing session.
Yeah, yeah, I
Uh,
could tell from watching the first one that it was just going to. They even say it's nothing. There's nothing legal that can come out of it. But they did say they're going to use it to make new rules and regulations to better protect the Capitol and the presidential seat.
Of course, we need
Right.
more.
Yeah, new
More
laws.
security, more security, more security.
Ban bump stocks again.
I think Uvalde did that. That's on the list of things that the Uvalde people are shooting for.
What's that?
Oh, they're not shooting for, but
To keep
the-
Trump out?
no, the
That
school
too.
shooting.
Oh yeah.
But it's just they're gonna do what they're gonna do no matter what. It's
Yeah, it's out. It's a.
it's out
They've
of our
been planning
hands.
it for years and years and years and years.
You know,
And we don't know who's in charge. We've never seen their faces. We don't know any of their names.
Exactly.
If I was in control and running the world and running, telling all these puppets what to do and this and that, nobody would know my name or have ever seen my face.
right. And they've got their front man. They've got their spokespeople. That are going to be the boogeymans. The World Economic Forum. Schwab, and they're going to have Bill Gates, and they're going to have all those people that are going to be the spokespersons for all the stupid shit. But of course, they're not going to. We'll never know. Never.
Yep.
I mean, we have ideas.
Yeah, we got ideas about groups and
Yeah.
powerful. It's always the rich people, billionaire, rich, mega rich,
Mm-hmm.
Illuminati.
Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of those could be misdirection too, but who knows? I don't know.
Yeah,
Yes.
I think so, and I go back and forth, but I really think that a lot of it's really in plain sight too. So
Yeah, I think we've been under one world control. Obviously not openly, but under the sheets.
oh
You
yeah,
know?
Yeah.
For a long time.
Yeah.
I think China's making all of our stupid plastic things, and they're manufacturing everything as slaves for us, for the developed world, and and that's why they're a communist. They're all basically slaves, and
Right.
that's why they produce all of our stuff, and yeah, now that's what they're turning us into.
And one thing I wanted to say is like what people, there's people that sit there and they say, oh, I don't, people can be gay, they can do this, they can be that. I don't care what anybody does. I used to say the same thing. It doesn't bother me. As long as they're happy, they leave me alone. Well, we're not gonna be left alone. I mean, they have a whole month for
No, they don't. They got every day is Pride Month, Michelle.
yes, but they got a whole month. It's a whole month they celebrate it, and we get one day for we get one holiday for Memorial.
Yeah, I know it. Or Labor Day, you get one Labor Day.
Or Labor Day. Yeah. And so that should tell people a lot, because people are like, oh yeah, they're not gonna. Well, it's getting so thick, big
Hey,
time.
did you guys know that? The post office, the United States Post Office, is a private organization?
I
It's not federal. It isn't. It's not owned by the government or ran by the government. It's just like the Federal Reserve. It's a private institution.
just
Private
like
individuals are running it ever since 1970.
Wow.
yeah.
You did. Me and Lisa. When did we find that out? Like about 6 months ago.
I wouldn't be surprised.
It is absolutely it is. It's not. It's funny how. What's the other one that they got? The United States. Oh, the Federal Reserve. They named it that, so it sounds like it's the federal government.
Yeah.
And the United States Post Office used to be government ran and funded and dictated by the government. But in 1970, they changed it, and now it's
Well,
a private institution.
well, it's
Just
just like the IRS and the CDC and the uh,
yeah,
they're all their own entity, correct?
I think so. Like the CDC is definitely like with the National Health or the NIH, their government for sure. Um, but let's see, what was the other one you said?
I forgot.
The CDC is not under government rule.
I said the IRS.
Oh, the IRS is.
Yeah.
I got a good friend that retired from the IRS, and he gets a government package. You know, he's got his retirement, and
Well, my brother retired with the post office, and he gets his own.
yeah, he gets a. Does he get it? But it's not a federal government package, is it?
I'm not sure.
Yeah, all you got to do is look it up. I think it even says in Wikipedia. I found that on whose video we watched. Jaron, you know Jaronism. He did a video a long time ago, like 4 years ago, about mailing. Right now, you can mail any envelope for 2 cents. If you leave is it the zip code? He's got a video about how to mail just a letter. You know, it can't be a bulky package or anything, or it has to be just like a letter with a check in it or something, or a folded up piece of paper. You can mail it for 2 cents, and it'll go through and make it.
Wow. Huh.
No, not a postcard. Well, he did it with the postcard, and but it can be with a letter, and it has something to do with the zip code. If you leave the zip code off, and then word it United States of America, and then added one other word. I'll try to find that video so that you guys. It's not
Cool.
it's a short video, but that's when me and Lisa found out it's not a federal ran institution.
I've got a question for you, Danny.
Yeah, shoot.
What did you think of turning the Norfolk Naval Base over to NATO?
It's just I remember when they did that. Was that like a year and a half ago?
Yeah.
Yeah, they did that right during the start of the pandemic, kind of.
Yeah.
I don't think it's a big deal because, well, I haven't given it much thought, but they can be using it for a way to.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
And I think it just fits with the times. Everything's changing. I wouldn't be surprised if they start bringing in and make a World Health Organization over here and have the headquarters here.
That's in the works. It'll be finalized November 22nd.
Oh, they're going to move them here as their headquarters?
They're turning our medical system over to the World Health Organization.
Okay. Well, it's just like having the UN headquarters in New York. I don't like that either. I'd like to see that place fall off into the water.
Right.
Do you think we're in the process of being turned into the UN?
Oh, yeah. I think they're going to use the UN as I think when everybody runs out of food and everyone's running around robbing their neighbors trying to get food and generators and trying to survive, they're going to bring in the UN as a FEMA and say, hey, come on, follow me to Walmart and we got food and a cot for you. I
think it's on the fast track right now.
Yeah, I always thought it was weird when they brought in those 2 hospital boats. I was saying, well, I bet they're full of UN troops. And then they slowly unloaded them, and now they're all staying in hotels scattered all around.
That's possible. Right. Yeah.
So
I sent you a video, Michelle, a link like in one of your other videos in a comment, and it was
Okay.
of a guy that he does drone videos. I think it's called Bumblebee Productions or something.
Okay.
And he's always flying drones over, like St. Louis Arch and different places and little like Mount Rushmore. And he put up a video last week about it was in the port of Louisiana. And as soon as he got his drone up in the air and he flew about 100 yards, all of a sudden you see this giant. It's one of the ships, one of those hospital ships that was parked either on the left or the right side of us. I forget. But it's on dry dock in Louisiana right now.
Hmm.
And
Wow.
they made it sound like those things were always overseas trying to help like Africa and stuff like that. And they had to bring them in special. But
Yeah.
one of those hospital ships is in port, dry dock, and I don't know if they're working on it or what, but it was kind of weird.
We have some new arrivals.
Horse Bomb. Hi, Horse Bomb. How are you? Yo, Laser Beam. Hello. How are you? Angela, how you doing? Good to see
Hello,
you guys.
everybody.
There's
Hello, everybody.
I don't usually watch the chat, and then I get confused. It's hard to read and talk.
Yeah, it is.
it really is.
And if I was chewing bubble gum, I'd really be in trouble.
Yeah. So what do you want to talk about? Anything?
Anything you guys want to talk about? I should have planned a little better. I didn't think of.
we're listening to you.
I just kind of went,
So
let's go on.
Well, I learned a lot about you on that last video. That was pretty cool.
Yeah.
Hello, Mark. How are you?
yeah, very interesting.
Yeah, it was really.
We
good.
got halfway through. We got to finish
Yeah, that was
the rest of it.
That was over 2 years ago.
Yeah.
And I had never even watched it until today. Me and Lisa sat and watched it, and we were like, because she was sitting here with me when I got on there, but we hadn't re-listened to it since I did it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was pretty funny because his video. You remember the one you played a while back with
Yep.
the Moonlander? That's why that's on my channel. That's the video that
Right.
that woke me up to the Moonlander. That was the first time I seen high definition pictures of the Moonlander.
Right.
Right.
Which is nuts because I'm 50, and it took 50 years for me to see high definition pictures of that thing.
Right.
And after that, I remember I think it was a Thanksgiving, and we had Lisa's aunt Nona was here, and how old is Nona now? She's 83.
No.
She was about 85 at the time, and she was sitting on the couch, and I brought my laptop over to her, and I said, "Hey, I'm going to show you some pictures of this stuff." I said, "You remember the moon landing?" And she goes, "Oh yeah." And it was that picture that he used, and imagine that being on my computer screen, enlarged. And I said, "This is the Moonlander." And she goes, she said, "That's what we landed on the moon with." It was hysterical because she had never seen it either. Like,
Yeah.
other than the tiny picture.
It looks like it's made out of paper mache.
It's made out
Foil.
of 1/8 inch thin pieces of aluminum siding that are all bended and twisted
Right.
and buckling, and tape.
Have you taken a good look at the Mars rovers? We have 7 of them up there now.
No, we don't. They say we do.
We're told we do.
We don't have a remote control car.
How?
No,
7
no.
million miles away.
Well, the helicopter was the one I thought was pretty funny.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I even have that. I have a video somewhere in my channel where I show that that stupid helicopter where it
Yeah.
jumps, it goes up 6 feet and then it comes back down. What an
Yeah,
accomplishment!
I don't guess you've examined the video of the helicopter. It's
Nope, just saw
very
it.
interesting.
I saw it and laughed.
I'm reading the chat here. So Yo Laser Beam says Danny D. So when USNC Comfort came to New York City and in the fake script in 2020, it was so cheesy yet fitting with all the dancing nurses.
Yeah, I remember. Yeah, whenever I see those, I about puke. Those TikTok videos. That's when TikTok kicked off right around
Yep.
all that. And, it was
Yep.
like the perfect platform for dancing nurses.
Horse Mom says, I think it's going to be a troll-free chat tonight.
Well,
Yep.
good. If the trollers come in and y'all know who they are, please show them the door.
Yeah, you can't put up with that kind of crap.
And then Yo says a $17 billion paper mache.
Right.
Oh, of the Moonlander.
Yeah.
Yeah. Did you guys know that NASA has done testing on in a vacuum chamber in Sandusky? They have that giant vacuum chamber they made for like I don't know how many billions. It's got 8-foot thick cement walls, and it can pull a vacuum that's equal to halfway to the moon. It's not even strong enough to do the right amount of vacuum for what's on the moon. Only halfway. And they did testing on. They put all different materials, like a little 1-inch square of some plastic, and then they'd put in mylar and duct tape and all these different materials, and they tested them in vacuum chambers for different lengths of time. And you can find this. This is research they did before they went to the moon. Duct tape does not. It loses its stickiness in a vacuum because the glue. You can't have liquids in a vacuum. They outgas. The liquid boils away and it vaporizes and it just outgasses.
Right.
And the glue on duct tape, if you've ever had duct tape that's really old and it turns into powder,
Right.
it's because it's dried up.
Right.
And so you can't use duct tape in a vacuum, but they did. They used duct tape to fix the lunar rover's fender. Which is hilarious. And they used tape all over the Moonlander.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's so funny. I mean, it's like, couldn't you spend like $100 on something instead of spent $10?
Yeah, I think what that joke of a construction thing was that they had, for some reason, and I don't know what, they had a crunch of a timeline, and you can tell they threw it together quickly, because I know they could have faked that better. Definitely, I know for a fact they could have made a better looking Moonlander, but they were, for some reason, a lot of people say it's because JFK wanted them there by the end of the decade, and they barely made it. But I don't think it's necessarily that. I think it was something else. I don't know what, but I just get a feeling that they slapped that thing together in 2 days. And they're like, here's our lander, and the people probably were like, holy shit. Okay, well, we're gonna have to make the video streams like really grainy and fuzzy then, because we can't show that.
Right.
I think that's kind of how it played out. But
and the same thing really applies to those Mars rovers that I mentioned. Every one of them looked like somebody put them together in their garage.
Yeah.
Out of just, went to the salvage yard and picked up a bunch of junk and went back and put them all together in their garage. And,
Oh, I got everything about those things. The solar panels would get dirty, and then they would stop charging the batteries if it were real. The batteries, they can't make batteries that last for 20 years.
no, I don't think so.
No, and if they can, they're not telling us about it, and they're not saying. I mean, they'll tell you what kind of batteries they put into those things. They're nothing special. They're just probably the same batteries that are in Elon's cars, lithium ion. I got to change batteries in our cars every 4 years or whatever it is. And,
Yeah.
Right. They don't even last that long anymore.
That,
all the dust that's supposedly on that red planet would be covering up all of the solar cells. There's no way to wash them.
right. Yeah. No.
And the newer ones I've seen videos explaining them. You know, because I watch the garbage that NASA puts out. I'm subscribed to NASA, so I get all their. I like to. It's
Watch
almost,
all their BS.
Yeah, you gotta
Their
know
latest-
you gotta know thine enemy.
Exactly.
And
Their latest hoax.
yeah, the newer rovers, some of the cameras have a way for them to clean the dust and to clean the lens. You know, it can retract, and then a little squeegee comes out and goes. But
Yeah, sure.
So my question to you, Danny, this is a big question. So how did wasn't it Nixon that called from who called from a landline phone?
yeah, that one I don't like when people use that as an example of the fakeness of it, because it's apparent there's no landline going to the moon. and NASA's explanation for that is he called NASA in Austin or Houston, and he was on the phone with Houston, and they were holding the phone up to the radio. But there should have been more of a delay. There should be a 3-second delay if you're talking to the moon. 1.5 seconds to get there, and 1.5 seconds to get back.
Right.
And there's plenty of examples of Houston talking to the astronauts. One time they answered immediately to a question that couldn't have been coincidental. Like he got lucky and answered the question before he asked it. There was one time when he said it was Apollo 11. He said, "Well, it looks like you're the only two people that aren't watching this live." And he said, "That's okay."
Did you see?
And it only took 1.1 seconds for him to say that's okay. So that's not even enough time for the question to get there.
There, yeah.
But they've changed those. NASA has edited those, and there's proof. There's people that have videos showing the old footage that they've had for years and years, where that delay, it was only 1 second, 1.1 seconds. But now, if you go to NASA's channel and find that original video, there's a 3.1 second delay. And they're absolutely changing their things and their history.
Right. Oh yeah, I think so too. Yo says Nixon was the only president for all 6 alleged moon landings that went back to Earth alive, 69 through 72.
Yep, absolutely, yeah.
Huh, that's interesting.
Yeah, and he wasn't a crook.
Absolutely not.
Horse Mom says that she saw the trailer for the movie Gray State again recently. I wish someone could release the movie. I don't believe the director killed his family and himself. Hi, Nuckin. How are you?
I've heard of that. What's that about?
Gray State.
A
Oh,
guy was doing a movie
Researching.
exposing a lot of things as far as the government and a lot of the hush hush stuff. and then supposedly he killed himself, his children, his wife, his dog, and killed himself.
Yeah, I saw a video about that. But yeah, I've never seen the video or the movie either. Does it exist?
I don't know. I don't know. I think someone like the actor supposedly died or something while making it, or you know, you know how they do all that. I
Yeah.
don't know. I'm not sure. I saw or heard a little bit on it. But I'm not quite sure on that.
Kind of like Hillary's acquaintances that fall out of helicopters.
Well, let's do that. I'll pull up the trailer.
Yeah, and the Clintons. I looked at a list one time. It's been a few years back, but I looked at a list of people that they had known and died. A real large number died in airplane crashes. Some of them died in just simple car hit a curb type stuff. Just really crazy. A lot of them.
Yeah, one of the guys was on a park bench eating a sandwich and shot himself in the back twice.
Yeah.
And they said it was suicide. Suicide. He shot himself in the back twice. That's like Paddock. It was
Oh
suicide.
yeah.
He
Yeah.
shot himself in the chest and in the mouth. The bullet didn't come out, and the gun ended up above his head.
Yeah, exactly. That's the way that works.
And he was a left-hander that shot right-handed bump stocks.
Yeah. Do you know anything about Michael Hastings, Danny?
Give me an idea who he is. It sounds familiar.
He was a writer that spent some time, I think, in Iraq, and he come back and he had some articles published, and he was about to have a book published. And he felt that he was being watched and closely by the FBI.
Huh.
He tried to. He was going to go someplace one night, and he tried to buy a car from a friend because he figured that his was being watched and maybe booby trapped. And the friend didn't loan him their car, so he used his car. And was traveling 100 miles an hour down the street. The car blew up, blew the engine on the pavement, and the car 50 yards down the road hit a tree, and red hot flames. They wasn't able to put the flames out.
He crashed into a pond and an alligator ate him.
Yeah.
Like all those things would happen to somebody at the same time.
Yeah.
No, I actually haven't heard of him.
Yeah, it was pretty interesting because a couple other people, and he was driving. This was in 2013, and he was driving a 2013 Mercedes. Not a hope. Yeah,
Was it just him in the car, or him and his wife?
just him in the car.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right. So I've got the trailer here pulled
Oh,
up
yeah.
All right.
for Gray State. So let's play it.
Cool.
You're here already. Since last night's declaration of martial law, soldiers and movement security. Last night I dreamt about how things were. And then I woke up here.
Talk about predictive programming.
You think?
That's it right there.
Yep.
I have seen that trailer before. When was that trailer? What's the date on it?
August 7th, 2012.
12?
That's what it says here.
Man, I didn't hear about any of that until after the Vegas shooting. That's weird. So it was already out. The trailer was already out 5 years before.
This is when it was posted.
How would I? That's weird. I didn't find out about that video until I started my YouTube experience. It was.
It says,
so they must have made a trailer but not released the movie.
I guess, the world reels with the turmoil of war, geological disaster, and economic collapse, while Americans can continue to submerge themselves in illusions of safety and immunity. While rights are sold for security, the federal government, swollen with power, begins a systematic takeover of liberty in order to bring about new world order.
Huh. Yeah, that's crazy. I think from what I remember, that they made the movie and it wasn't quite finished when he got killed, and then somebody finished it, but I don't know if they ever released it or not.
I don't think it's actually been released.
Yeah, so
I'm not sure
they
on
needed
that.
a reason to have that trailer out there. That's what they want you to see, is that trailer. Unless you can find the actual movie, that's where I'm gonna go with it.
Yeah.
That trailer's like a Simpsons episode. But
Right.
Yeah.
Cowabunga.
So, Danny, another question.
Yep.
Your journey started with Vegas.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
then
that very morning it was Monday morning, so the 2nd. And as soon as we woke up, I sat down on the couch, turned on the news, and was drinking some coffee, and about spit it out, and I was like, Lisa. She was still in the bedroom, and I said, Lisa, there's mass shooting, and they're using bump stocks and machine guns and body armor, tannerite. And I was waiting for him to say bayonet, a Bowie knife, and a ninja
Right.
sword. What else could they add to it? The gas mask. It was crazy. and it didn't. I never thought it was real. As soon as I heard it, I knew it was about, because I had been wanting to get a bump stock. You know, um, I've never used one, but I was thinking about getting one, and I couldn't believe they were including bump stocks into this stupid shooting.
Right.
And it was just apparent to me from the very second I heard the word bump stock that this was going to be used for a way for them to, go after things.
Yeah.
I, on this platform, we say non-shooting because there wasn't a shooting.
A non-shooting, yeah.
I'm just kidding. I'm kidding.
A shouting. But I'll tell you,
Illusion.
for me and Lisa. We back in 2012 when the Sandy Schnook took place, we had a neighbor that brought his laptop over to our house one day, and we weren't even like, we were like, oh, that was too bad. That's a bad shooting. Bad. That's bad. And then he showed us that video of Robbie Parker laughing. Before he came out for his interview, and we were like, what the hell? And I remember showing my mom, and my mom said that nobody would do that. My mom said that. She goes, nobody would come out and laugh.
Nobody would. No, I find it very hard to believe that anybody would just go to the media ever.
I know, me too. I
mean, ever. I'm like, why would you be like, oh, please? I would be so beside myself. There's no way I would want to be on television.
Yeah, it's crazy. I've never had anybody ask. I've talked to people about some of the bad things I've seen in Iraq. I had 9 friends die over there.
Wow.
Yeah, and I was up close and personal with a couple of them. But I wouldn't, if I talked to people about it, but if a news crew came to me and said, hey, we want to interview you, can you explain to us what happened in Iraq with anybody that you saw die or pass? I'd be like, I couldn't see any rational reason for that. I'd be like,
yeah.
Right.
Wait a minute. What are you going to do with this footage?
Right. And for two, anything that was real, they would never televise.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? Yeah. It's they don't want to hear from someone real.
No. The news is beyond fake as far as I'm concerned.
Well, they're all controlled. They're all reading a script, just like the government, just like everything they televise. Everything that's televised is running by a script. Everything.
It's a government agenda, period.
Yeah.
They have, I don't even, remember, was it your last video? I missed your last video when it was live, but we watched it. The next morning we saw it and watched it. I think you were playing, or was that when I was on too? I can't remember now.
I can't even remember.
You were playing just stupid news clips, like a guy that was driving and he was performing oral sex on the driver and they crashed into a FedEx truck.
Right.
And then there was another one where the guy drove into a pond and crashed into a pond in Florida, and an alligator ate him as he was trying to get out. Those kind of things are, in the bear attacks all the time. They're always talking about lion attacks and mountain bears, and somebody came home and there was a bear in their living room and it ate them. And I think it's all got to do with fear. And now I can't even drive around. I'm going to get crashed into by.
Well, yeah. There's nothing they put on the news that is happy. They might say, today's these are all the people that have a birthday today that are local or or national news, or.
I think local news is a little different than like the big channels that are on 24 hours.
No.
Well,
no
it
difference
depends.
at all.
Because they do, like our local news will talk about things that I know are going on.
Yeah, and I agree with you, Danny, because like when I lived in Albuquerque, God, there's so much crime there. It's not even funny. I mean, and you can feel it. You know it if you live there. You just know it. You have to look over your shoulder 24/7 being in a city like that. Um, and I understand what Dub's saying because his local news channel, but he's in Houston. Houston is what 22 million people.
He's I didn't know that. You're in Houston, right next to NASA.
Yes, I've done some service calls at NASA.
Oh no, maybe we shouldn't. Maybe there's some things that we don't know about Dub that we should
Oh,
like.
secret agent man.
Huh?
But
We're
did you
gonna
smuggle a camera in there?
Yeah,
smuggle a camera.
that was a while back. But now my local station, um, every day I see stories that are strictly manufactured,
Yeah.
totally,
here, same
completely
here.
manufactured. And yeah, they cover the local news. And
What?
we have a shooting here where 3 people are killed. Uh, it maybe get 2 local reports, and that's it.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah.
And the said mass shootings, an hour later, there's 50 videos on YouTube.
Yeah.
Uh, yeah.
There was one in my old hometown of Omaha, and there was a Sonic. You guys, you know what Sonic is, a hamburger place, or whatever.
Yep.
Some guy walked into a Sonic and shot. What was it? 4? He killed 2 of the employees and wounded another one, and I think 3 people died and 6 were injured. And his van was full of fireworks and caught on
Right.
fire and was burning and blown up, and that wasn't on any national news.
Right.
But it was fake because I'm from there. I looked it up and I found that supposed suspects Facebook pages, and oh my god, the picture of him, his arrest photo it's just hilarious.
I, aren't they always?
And he had his Facebook page was just full of just, you could tell somebody went through and made it, and they were trying to. They had him. They had a picture of him in front of the Hatchet House in Nebraska, and he was standing there like I think he was given the devil sign with his hand. And everything about his Facebook page was like, whoa, that guy was a sick, twisted individual, you know.
Yeah, and
So
nobody noticed it until afterwards.
Yeah, and I started. Then I started going to all the victims. The 2 employees that worked at that Sonic had one of them only lived in Nebraska for 2 months, and was from what was the name? Trinidad. So lived and I went to her Facebook page and she had a picture of her house where she used to live, and it was a grass hut. and then the other employee, I think he had only lived there for not even a year, but he worked at the hospital. He worked at a hospital and then must have quit and went to work at Sonic. And it's just none of it made. It's all garbage.
Right.
And that's when I started saying, okay, anything I look up and try to, if anything is fuzzy and I'm going to look into it, it's going to be fake. I haven't had it happen yet to where I looked into something and it was real. That hasn't happened to me yet.
I'm the same way, and of course, I very frequently are referred to as an auto hoaxer.
But that's good. I am too.
And I'd say,
fake until proven real.
People ask me, is everything fake? And I just say, everything I've looked into, yes. Because if it catches my attention for some reason or other that I look into it, there's a reason it caught my attention.
Yeah, and
And
trust me, I'll tell you guys when I look into one and I found out, oh no, that was real. Because I'll have a, if that ever happens, I'll have a good reason to believe it's real. Like, oh yeah, I was there. I saw it happen.
yeah,
I got blood sprayed in my face, or what? I don't know. Um,
well,
these things are they're too many. They're not organic because there's too many of them. They should be like lightning strikes. They should be rare. Um, and they
yeah,
shouldn't be so suspicious.
exactly.
Right.
What if you? I don't know. I I watch videos probably a little differently than most people do, but if I see a video, uh, and there's something in that video that catches my eye, and I then analyze the video, uh, it's so obvious that it's just a doctored video.
Right. And like I said, living in Albuquerque, there was so much crime and everything. There might have not have been as much crime as I thought because I wasn't fully awake.
Yeah, yeah. You might have been just getting
You know what I
news
mean?
scared.
I wasn't scared, but I was. I what I'm saying is, I mean, when you live in a city where there's just a lot of activity, a lot of crime, a lot of, and there was always ghetto bergs, like that's what we call the helicopters. They were everywhere. I mean, in Albuquerque, they were constantly going. Um, you know, they were always cutting. I mean, they were always blocking off streets and I
Car
mean,
chases and yeah.
yeah, yeah, it was pretty thick. Um, but I wanted to read some of these comments because I don't want to ignore the chat at all. Um,
Right. Yeah.
I do want to just keep up on the chat because I know when I'm in a chat and nobody pays attention to it, it kind of is
Yeah,
not
yeah,
good.
yeah. The chat's one of the most important parts of a live stream.
Right. I want people to be here. Um, I want people to know that I hear their voice because I want to hear everybody's voice. You know what I mean? And unless they're chill.
Well,
But
generally, we have very, very good comments
right. And
and
so that's why I want to read
participation
some.
in the chat.
That's why I
Uh,
want to read some of these. Is that Yo says those who would trade essential liberty for a little promised UN security deserve neither liberty nor security. Updated Benjamin Franklin. And
Yeah,
then Horsebaum says, I heard today body armor legislation is being passed. No civilian can buy.
that's in New York.
Um,
New York is they already banned body armor, and now they're going after different types. Now like different, they have different levels of body armor. At first, they made it to where it was just it said bulletproof vests or something,
well,
and now they're changing it to include all the different classes of body armor with plates and without plates, and just Kevlar versus all that. But I
well,
don't know.
this
Maybe they're also doing a national one. I haven't heard that yet.
they will do a lot nationally. This Uvalde thing, and then they're going back, of course, to good old Sandy Hook.
Yeah, yeah. That's because the Texas shooting
They're really
happened.
making a lot of laws. They're covering a lot of stuff, and they're going to get passed this time.
That's because it worked with Vegas. So now
Yeah,
they used Vegas to figure out. Oh, okay, all right. Oh, we only got the bump stock ban. Okay, we didn't get Tannerite banned, or we didn't get. He had body armor. He wasn't wearing it, but he had it. What else did he have?
well,
He said, well, anyway, I can see him saying, okay, we only got one thing, which is part of their plan anyway. They
yeah.
don't want to do them. When they started this new gun legislation, they had 8 different bills that had chapters and chapters. Each one had chapters. It was a major malfunction. And I think they've made it to where there was a big, giant bulk of those eight bills they were trying to pass. I think they purposely did that so that when they only turn out to pass the red flag law, people were like, "Oh, thank God! Thank God
Yeah.
they only did the red flag law."
Well, Vegas really
and
didn't push the gun stuff near as hard as you would think they would, but
I
they
don't, I
made
don't,
it
I
up.
don't, I really don't think they pushed Vegas. There, there was something about Vegas. They did not televise it as thick as you would have thought.
Yeah, for how
Right.
bad it was, exactly.
But
I mean,
they followed up with Parkland and really, really pushed the gun stuff.
Well,
yeah,
yeah, of course
and
they did.
Yeah.
the New
But
Zealand.
right. Well, isn't that where they right after that they came? Canada had some mass shootings right after New Zealand, and that's where they banned Canada.
Yeah, they had. Well, Canada had a truck or van that started driving into people, and then I think they did have a shooting. A guy had a pistol and shot. I don't remember exactly, but yeah, then they banned. Oh no, they had a guy running around and they were trying to find him. He had an AR-15.
But let me read some of these comments real quick, guys.
Yeah,
All
go
right.
for it.
Let's do that real quick. Nuckin says, after my father died in his own little bubble, I still didn't want to talk about it. He was a Vietnam vet. What he went through was terrible. The only time he would talk about it was when he was completely wasted. And then Yo says, only a planned operation and domestic terrorism mass casualty full-scale exercise can have the same signature behaviorism of the Sandy Hook fiasco. Real life is not a sensationalized production. Luna lander repair added more duct tape, Yo says. Nuckin says, I don't watch local news. I won't watch news. I stay rural. I'm in the state of the largest population of black bears. Do I fear them? Nope. I just stay aware of their surroundings. Nuckin also says, LOL, yo laser beam. And then, let's see here. He says, I think it was the tinfoil through yo laser beam. If the media pushes it hard, it must likely be fake.
Yeah.
Hartzbaum says, Nuckin fucks us too. And then Yo says, when the narrative is the cops can carry guns and wear equipment while the people are deemed criminals, if they do, you know what evil is already here.
Yeah, exactly. They're trying to take away our ability to defend ourselves and protect ourselves. And
Absolutely.
if somebody wants some body armor, body armor is not an offensive weapon. It's defensive.
No.
It's for protection.
Yes.
Exactly.
So is a gun.
Yep. Yeah.
So is a gun.
And the thing
Absolutely.
is, they're gonna start putting up fences again and putting tanks and troops around the Capitol. And in fact, I think they're gonna, after this January 6th hearings, they already said that they're gonna use it to enact some laws to further protect, the governmental branches. They're gonna do it.
Absolutely.
Each state's gonna have guards and fences around their Capitol building. And
Right.
they're going to do it because they know there's going to be a revolt when they do start pulling weapons.
Right. And, just to say that, we already know that there's nobody pretty much occupying the White House. I don't think so.
Literally and figuratively.
Yeah. I've really never seen him in the White House. So.
Did you see that jackass fall off that bicycle?
Yeah. Yeah.
I got my foot caught in the pedal, the pedal strap.
But if you look at his legs and stuff, you know, they for
Like he should have had
can't
training wheels on for one.
right. I mean, just come on, think about that. I mean, even him falling over, I just can't believe that would be him, and it's not him to begin with.
No, I don't think it's him.
But
I
I even looked at his legs, and they didn't. His legs didn't even look old.
Yeah, I think they're CG&I. They're CG&I. I think they're CG. They're CGI
and
the
MI.
shit out of this stuff. Remember
Yeah, well,
that Simon Cowell
that one with
scene?
him falling on the steps.
Yeah, up the stairs.
Yeah, the video is taken from directly above him. No, there's no way that somebody out on the tarmac or something can get that angle of that shot.
That's
And-
true. Without him, because he was at an angle when he fell. I mean, you would have had the photographer right at the bottom of the plane.
Yeah, I
set.
saw a video of it from the bottom, but now that you mention it, there was one recently, like a week ago, where he stumbled again going up the stairs. But he didn't fall, but he almost did. He
I haven't
stumbled.
seen that one, but
Yeah, it was on. I saw it on Fox News. It said Biden.
yeah,
stumbled
well,
up
that
the-
original
again.
one that got so much play, the video is taken from
Somewhere high.
directly above him.
So I wonder
So-
if is there a building close by, like an airport building, or obviously
No,
there's
It's
probably
the plane is out in the middle of the tarmac.
So let me continue reading. Hortzbaum says, "What does everyone think about Obama's 2,500-gallon commercial propane tank he had installed in his home? Makes you wonder." I haven't heard about that.
They might say it's a propane tank, but it's probably full of adrenochrome.
Could be.
Or Hillary's in there.
Yeah, there you go.
He's got Hillary tied up in there.
Nuckin says the thing I find crazy about that, when they show him
Yeah, we're
earlier on that bike, he was wearing full leg pants. Then when he fell, he was wearing shorts.
Yeah,
Huh? That's
Yeah.
that's good.
that'd be
good.
hilarious. If
Yeah.
we should
Yeah,
try to find that.
if you watch
let me-
closely to a lot of
let me look for
videos, you see a lot of stuff like that.
You can't trust anything on video anymore. Period.
No, you
Nothing.
can't.
You know, unless it's like if I use my camera to film my cats on my front porch and sent it to you, you can trust that. But if it's coming out of anything news or even on Facebook, you don't know where it's originated. And I think their capabilities are better than what. Remember that America's Got Talent and Simon was singing, and but it was really someone else. It looked pretty goddamn good, right? I think their technology is even better than that.
Well, used to back in the day, you could always say, show me a picture, and then I'll believe it.
Yeah,
But
not anymore.
You can't believe the picture. You can make a picture do anything you want
Right.
it to.
Well, and that's the one thing about digital. You can
Oh,
you
absolutely.
can edit anything, but a picture is 1,000 words right there.
Yeah, they were faking pictures as soon as they invented the camera.
Yeah.
All right, so we're gonna watch the Biden falling. This isn't the one. Nuckin says he was wearing pants, but this one doesn't show that he's wearing pants. But let's see. Let's watch it. Just look at his legs. His legs look way too young. just to me. I'm just saying.
All right. They all clap.
How run the country?
He
Oh, thank
survived.
you. So good.
It's like any other job. Some parts are easy, some parts are hard.
Yo, happy politics, Mom.
You feel like it's hard?
I didn't even get a. I couldn't even tell if that was him or not.
You know, I mean, they. Let me see if I can find another one. Let me look for another one because they have several of them, of course. That one's 57 cents. 57 cents. Let's look.
I fall down, get boo boo.
Oh no!
Oh, I fell off my bike.
Clad in a grey t-shirt, navy blue shorts, blue Nike training shoes, and a cycling helmet, the President of the United States marked his 45th.
Why would that matter? You know, that's gonna really actually make the world news. Really.
What did he
Really?
say? He marked his 41st something. Were they saying it was his birthday?
Let's see.
The President of the United States marked his 45th wedding anniversary on bike ride with First
His 45th anniversary.
Lady Joe Biden. However, as he breezed past the press and his well-wishers in Delaware, the 79-year-old met a rather unfortunate event. Let's take a look at what actually happened.
Mr. President, man, Dr. Biden, how was
Ugh. The fact that they stuck a 80-year-old president on a bike.
Right.
You know?
And
What if he
why
would've
did
broke
they
his
have
leg?
to switch away from the shot? Just as he falls, then they switch away, and then they
Well,
come
and then
back.
you got the crowd of people. You got the crowd of people. Here's the Guardian.
Yeah.
Let's see.
It's a stand-in. They got a look-alike.
CNN. Let's see what CNN. The good old
Oh.
CNN.
That's a stunt actor.
Gotta love
You know, spending time
CNN,
in
man.
his
Yeah.
weekend getaway there in Delaware. He likes to get out sometimes.
Yeah, then all he has to do is they got to cut away, and then when he starts talking, they can put
planning or hoping for
the clone in.
today. He took a little bit of a tumble while biking, but how is he doing really?
How's he doing, really?
Yeah, well, Fred, the president was out on a bike ride with his wife, First Lady Jill Biden, and he went over to greet the public and some members of the press. He took a little bit of a spill.
It's so ridiculous.
This video of
It
that.
is.
Our president can't even ride a bike.
I can't ride a bike.
Well, I wouldn't if I was 79 and president.
Oh.
If I was falling downstairs and upstairs and
Just right after that, the Secret Service
and I
really
couldn't
swamped him to
I
make
couldn't
sure
say a complete sentence, I would not be riding a bicycle.
seeing people in the crowd, and he told reporters that he was feeling good after he fell off that bike. A White House.
It's so dumb because it really doesn't show him.
Exactly. And they show him riding up, and then they switch away, and
That's
then
right.
they come back, and he's
And then they
falling
talk to
over
him.
on his bike.
But
Totally.
it made.
Totally fake.
But it made world news. Sure, pal. Like, look, they got pictures of him here. It's so dumb. So
How
dumb.
about did you see the when the president of France was supposed to have been slapped? He ran over to a crowd of people. He ran over to a guy and was gonna shake hands, and the guy supposedly slapped him.
No, was that
No.
recent?
It was about 6 months ago, I guess.
No, I didn't see that.
Oh.
Yeah, it's
You know, none of
me.
the-
I had to take a look at it, and it didn't happen.
None of those bicycle like thumbnails that you were scrolling through. None of them. That one doesn't show his face. Just shows the helmet. That one just shows. Is there any that show him? Like where you could say, yeah, that's supposedly Joe Biden.
I doubt seriously.
Unless he's
Yeah,
already.
I mean, even if the president if the presidents did matter, they're not going to have him out in public like that. I mean, supposedly. I mean, think about it. It's so wide open, and there's really nobody. There's not even a big crowd.
Right.
Well, we know like only 5 people would support him if they believed in him. Let's see.
That's garbage. I think it's all somebody. The evil, diabolical planners are sitting somewhere at a table having a
This is a
cigar
different angle.
and getting a good laugh out of it. Oh, let's make him fall down on his bike.
That's a different angle. But they never show him.
It looks like they're all anticipating him falling. Like that guy that grabbed the bicycle grabbed it like immediately.
Oh, and he goes directly over to the child.
And you got all your blockers there to
He
make sure
starts
nobody
sniffing
sees
kids right
anything.
away.
Yeah.
It's just stupid. It is.
Junk.
It's just ridiculous, stupid.
Junk.
Hey, did you guys know that the old-fashioned film, you can't use that in a vacuum either. The emulsion layers evaporate and outgas, and you like if it's the cameras that they used on the moon weren't sealed in any way. They were just standard.
Wide open.
They were, and it's been proven that if you put a roll of unprocessed film into a vacuum chamber and let it sit for 7 hours or whatever, it fogs it terribly because the emulsion layers start once all the moisture wants to leave.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it just fog it over.
Yeah, and there's space. They made a spy satellite in 1972. It was called the Hexagon Spy Satellite, and it had two stereoscopic cameras in it, and had like 4 miles of film rolled up on this big long roll, and all of that had to be contained in a pressurized, like submarine kind of a deal to keep at least 1 psi in there. Otherwise, the film would have been ruined. And that was just in, up by where the space station's supposed to be, like 200 miles. So the probe that they sent to the moon in 1962, that used film. I think that was one of the last probes that used film. And it had a sealed container that had nitrogen pressure, like 1 psi of pressure to keep the film from outgassing. But how do they get away with the astronauts changing film? They were changing the magazine films out in the middle of a vacuum on the moon. It's ridiculous. When I found that out, I was like, well, that's the only evidence you need.
Okay, so since I'm here in the search bar, is there anybody want me to look for something?
I don't know of anything right offhand.
Come on, Danny.
Yo said that a known body double for Biden is Strawn Rogers. Type that in, Michelle. Strawn Rogers. STRUAN. Oh yeah, is that him there?
Yeah, that's what it looks like.
Kind of looks like Biden.
Kind of does. Let's see.
Was he in movies and stuff? Yeah.
I guess.
So he's an actor too.
For all searching, there is no answer. Under every unturned stone, there's merely dirt to deceive the seeker's heart. For all yearning, there is no resolution. With every broken heartstring, there's a bleeding fingertip to dull the seeker's tune.
You could be it.
For all that once was,
Yeah, from a distance.
is no more.
Up close. You know what?
Under
They
every
don't,
mournful lyrics,
the guy that was singing on Americans Got Talent, he didn't even look anything like Simon Cowell, like not even close. And when he's, whatever they use the whatever CGI software they use, it just pastes it right over that guy's face.
All right.
So they don't even necessarily have to have somebody that looks like you to do it.
Right.
But I could see that guy.
Game of
riding a
Thrones found its
bicycle
blood
from
raven.
further away.
It reports that British actor Struan Roger is joining the cast of the HBO fantasy drama. According to Roger's online resume, his character is listed as Three-Eyed Raven, and if speculation is correct, Roger will play the human form of the three-eyed creature that has already appeared in Brand's visions, a character first introduced in George R.R. Martin's fifth novel, A Dance with Dragons. It remains to be seen how much a Blood Raven storyline will be explored in the upcoming fourth season of the show, but let us know your theories on how he will be introduced this spring, and stick with us at Celebified for more TV scoop.
More TV scoop.
Have a scoop of this.
Yeah, let's watch some TV.
Celebrity poop scoop.
Yeah.
I'll have some of this with your ice cream. Hey, have you ever had what's the name? Hudsonville ice cream makes Bananas Foster ice cream, and it's like if you can find it, you got to get it. It's really good.
It's got bananas in it?
Yeah, Bananas Foster. It's like caramel and bananas, and it's fantabulous.
Fantabulous.
I have to be careful, otherwise I could eat the whole container.
Anybody else want me to look for anything?
Let's
see.
Oh, what was I? I said a while ago. I said I'll have to go find that video. And, I can't think of it now. It was probably something about the moon landing. Try does duct tape work in a vacuum? Does it remove warts? I saw one that said, does it remove warts?
Could you make a spacesuit from duct tape? Let's see.
Sure you could, but it wouldn't work. It would outgas and fall off.
Radioactive tape. Oh, let's watch the whatever his name is. Let's watch this one.
Okay, today I'm going to be checking if you could make a spacesuit out of duct tape. So I had to make a minor modification to my vacuum chamber. I made a little hole in it so I could actually put a glove in there and see what the glove feels like in the vacuum, see how stiff it is. And then after we do the glove experiment, I'll test if you could actually use duct tape to patch a hole in your spaceship. So I'll pretend that this is the hole that we need to patch and see if we could use duct tape to patch it. So first I'll be testing what would happen if you just used a regular latex glove, like your space glove in space. And then I'll test a little stronger glove, a gardening glove that has some fiber in it, and see what happens if you were to use this in space. And then finally, I'll put a duct tape glove in the vacuum chamber and see if it would hold up under the vacuum of space. So first, let's see what happens if you were to use a regular latex glove as your glove in your spacesuit. Okay, so what I'm doing here is I just have the glove in here like this. Then I'm just taping it on here to get a good seal, and then I can stick my hand in here. Okay, so here's a normal latex glove. So now let's exit our spacecraft and head into space to see what happens with a latex glove. Okay, 3, 2, 1.
I think I saw a video of, maybe it was this guy, but somebody had a vacuum chamber like this, and they put just their arm in there, like up to their elbow, and then they turned it on, and it got real tight, and his arm started turning red, and he was freaking out. He couldn't get the lid off, and he was like, ah! Like it hurt.
That would be funny.
It was. I don't know if it was this guy though.
Whoa!
Moo.
It's no longer a glove, that's a balloon. So you can see how it's just hollow in there. Whoa, it scared me. So that's what would happen if you wore a latex glove in space. So if we're gonna make a real space glove, then we need some thicker material. So next I'm gonna try a fabric reinforced rubber glove. So this rubber is a lot thicker than the latex, and also it has this material inside that is a little bit resistive to stretching. So now let's see if we can get it to a lower vacuum in there and see what happens to the glove. Okay, now I have my gardening glove. Let's see what this looks like under vacuum. Okay, here we go. 3, 2, 1. Okay, we're at 0.9 atmospheres, 0.8.
That thing's a very weak vacuum
0.7
chamber.
atmospheres.
What?
That's like a super duper weak vacuum chamber.
Yeah, something. Because
It
it's
is.
not blowing up nothing.
No, good ones, you can put a pop can in them and they blow up right away.
We're at half an atmosphere. Okay, let's hold it right there. So we're at half an atmosphere.
And he's going to say that's the same as space.
And this is just pretty rock hard to move, but I can move it. Let me bend my fingers in here. It's really hard to do anything. There's a lot of force. Okay, and let's keep going now.
It's already coming up right here.
Okay, I sprung a leak. Let me see if I can fix this.
So see, this thing's like super weak, and
Super.
but the moon suits worked fine, and they were able to push buttons on the keypads and take pictures and focus with the focus ring on a camera. That's all that those moon suits. The moon suits too are another, as far as I'm concerned, proof that they couldn't have went to the moon.
Right.
The moon suits had no radiation protection. All they were was just a giant gimmick.
Oh, you think?
Otherwise, they'd be wearing them like in, when they had Fukushima, why didn't they just borrow NASA spacesuits to go in there and clean it up?
Right. They could have.
Well, they would have died because there's no radiation protection in the suit. That's another reason you can be certain they didn't walk on the moon because space is full of radioactivity. Just like the only reason we're not dying right now is because of our supposedly we have a giant magnetic field protecting us from all the radiation of the sun.
Right. All right.
What do you get, Siri?
Hi, Mac. How are you? Grumpy Troll?
Grumpy.
Grumpy.
Hello, Mac. Grumpy. Good to see you here.
Yo's got a link. Let me go to my channel.
Yo with the link.
Yo with the link. Spinning. Yo with the link.
Is anybody else experiencing like loud cars around their house? Like with super loud exhausts and like they're racing all the time and
Yes.
like more so than what you're used to. It's going nuts here. It's like they brought in a bunch of they're giving away free cars to some of the illegal aliens and saying go cause havoc.
Well, I'm not sure, but I think
Really?
there's a place here, one street over, that builds cars. Because quite often they there's a pretty good straight street here,
Yeah.
and quite often they you can hear them kick them down and test them out a little bit, and there's some strong sounding cars. But
Hey,
I think that comes from a shop close by that's building them.
Well, that's understandable, but I think these guys, they're all, I don't know where they're coming from, but ever since the pandemic, it's like all of a sudden there's like super loud, souped up Honda Civics going by 90 miles an hour, and they're louder than anything I've ever heard. When I was a teenager, if you had loud mufflers, they would pull you over and tell you to go get it fixed.
I had the loudest car in town when I was teenaging.
No, yeah, what was it?
So, Chevy 48 Chevrolet Coupe.
Yeah.
With a souped up Oldsmobile engine in it. And running dual glass packs with the glass packs reversed.
Yeah. A lot of people had fake glass packs where it was just the body and they took the whole insides out.
I just turned them around.
Yeah.
You got to make the pipes fit because they're different sizes on each end, but you can make them fit, and so that way as the air flow is just going straight past.
Straight through, and it doesn't hit any of the baffles.
Yeah. Then it's just like there's no baffles in there.
Yeah, I think that'd be cool to see Dub hot rodding around in his old car.
I worked out of town on a survey crew and come in Friday afternoons usually. And I had my car backed in the garage. And I went in, cranked it up, and dumped the clutch coming out of the drive. I was pulled over 2 blocks later.
Yeah, but now they don't do that. Now you can have these cars are way louder than. One time I rebuilt an engine on a 79 Ford F-250, and I I had open headers on it with no exhaust.
Oh, wow.
And I had to drive it. I only drove it to get mufflers put on it, and I got stopped.
Oh, yeah.
And they let me go, and they didn't give me a ticket or anything because I told them I was going to the muffler shop, and I had just built that engine, and it was loud as hell.
Oh, yeah, that's loud.
Yeah, but these cars, when these little rice rockets floor it, and they're louder.
No.
You can hear them
No
for
way.
miles. I can hear them for like 5 miles away. I guarantee it. I don't know what it is, but something. I guess it's just a fad.
Yeah, it is.
All right, I'm gonna play this video.
Yeah, it's the
All
whole
right,
thing.
let her roll.
Everything we see? The use of photo-enhancing software is commonplace, and video computer-generated animation entertains us in films and online platforms. So far, live television and video broadcast has offered some measure of authenticity, particularly from reputable organizations. However, new research has started to evolve that enables real-time manipulation of facial expressions on video content. This has opened up a Pandora's box of potential applications, ranging from voiceover dubbing in films and to the much more topical issue of fake news, which has been subject to widespread attention. Join us as we meet Justice Steves, a postdoctorate researcher at the Technical University of Munich, who is currently working on facial capture and mapping technologies.
It's a research topic where we try to modify expressions in a target video. So the idea is to do some kind of post-processing of existing video material, and we are able to transfer expressions from a source video to a target video. In the beginning, we were interested in reconstructing the face geometry of a person, but later on, we also realized that we can use these technologies to also track a person in a video. So we also reconstruct the expressions of a person, so also the deformations of the face. Because we are able to photorealistically synthesize new images, we were able to do this face-to-face application where we modify existing video material.
The system reconstructs both source and target actors using a dense photometric energy minimization. Using a unique subspace deformation transfer technique, the expressions are transferred from the source to the target actor. The source actor on the right is captured with a standard webcam. This input drives the animation of the face on the video shown on the monitor to the left. As you can see, the source actor can produce a convincing reenactment result. This manipulation of video content of well-known public figures is a real concern in the era of fake news. Equally important now is face-to-face forensic software, which can be used to identify manipulated content.
We have several applications where we analyze how to detect such fake images. For example, the face forensics database that we built with the technology that we developed here. So we generated thousands of fake images, and using this data set, we are able to train neural networks to detect such fakes. We are happy that also politicians like the European Commission is aware of this technology. So we had discussions with them about upcoming elections and how to detect fakes and how to fight against such fake news.
Find out more about face-to-face technology in the research highlights article Face-to-Face, Real-Time Face Capture and Reenactment of RGB Videos in the January 2019 communications of the ACM.
Dun dun dun.
Dun dun dun.
I got one you can look for.
Okay.
If you type in Apollo Detectives, that's the channel. And they just put up a video today about the vacuum and film. And
how do you spell Apollo?
Apollo. It's a good channel if you guys.
This one?
Let me see. I can't. My phone's small. Yeah, that video, the first big video, is theirs. I don't think that's their channel though. Oh yeah, it is.
These guys.
The newest video they just put up today is about the vacuum and film. And I don't think I think it's like 15 minutes, but you don't have to play the whole thing. But yeah, that channel's loaded full of good videos. That's my favorite moon landing channel.
So which one should I play?
The newest one.
7 hours ago.
Yep. And you don't have to play it all, unless you like it.
Now, you're going to find this really interesting, I think.
Apollo 17, okay.
Look at, there's the camera, right? There's the rigging, right? Above them. Look at the camera. There's the lens. Yeah, there's
try
the
to skip
camera
forward.
right there. There's reel number 2, reel with the film in it.
What?
You can skip forward a little bit until you notice that they're talking about film, and I think they might show a vacuum chamber.
You might like this
Unless you want, yeah.
little first part though, where it shows the.
I just didn't want to have you have to play the whole thing unless you want to. Right there it is. Go back to those 2 trees. Yep.
They would then make use of the set for other missions as well. And maybe that was part of it. Maybe that was how it was created. It was all done here on Earth because, as we know, photographic film cannot survive in a vacuum. And that camera appears to be a cine camera with film in it. Now, if the film cannot survive in a vacuum, which we know it can't, then, I mean, those pictures up behind you, Robert, are an example of what happens to a photographic film under a relatively low level of vacuum.
And I'm almost wondering if this here is a shadow down here, if it could be, or if this is just something else.
It could be the shadow from Bloom, yeah.
But he doesn't have his hand on the trigger, you know. I mean, his hand's up here and the camera's over here, so you can't be snapping a shot with his hand unless it's mounted on his chest and the other one is using the trigger. But
if it was mounted on his chest, the reflection of it would be much lower down.
He's pretty high up there.
Yeah, it is, which is why I say it's a reflection of something behind the person taking it.
That is certain.
It's certainly a very questionable image. Well spotted on that one. But something you mentioned a while back, Robert, the 2 pictures behind you, which are the same scene, one taken with a standard film that hadn't been manipulated or damaged, and the other one, the right-hand one, was with a film that had been in a vacuum chamber.
Yeah, both are the Ektachrome. And I developed them in the tank at the same time, right? Because I had 2 wheels in there. That tank takes 2 wheels. So I put them in there at the same time so people can't say, oh, well, you did it separate. No, they went in the tank together.
Yeah, which is a standard procedure.
Yeah. Yeah, I followed everything. And I bought the Ektachrome developing kit for that specific film.
Interestingly, that problem with the film, the idea that photographic film is affected by a vacuum, has never been challenged. We've talked about it now for some time. We've mentioned it many times on different film, different talks. And nobody has challenged it. Nobody's come anywhere near the vacuum effect on photographic film, other than to try to say that you're not doing it properly. I found that a very interesting piece of evidence.
The parrots certainly don't have much to say because they don't do any research themselves.
No, they just parrot what NASA say.
Exactly.
Which is why they're called parrots. Parrots are pretty good at repeating things, but they can't fly very well. Oh dear.
There's the other, that was that first S-Star film that I purchased. was this one. These ones here are the ones that were in the vacuum chamber.
Okay, yeah. And you can see the damage on the film.
Yeah. And then you get to the ones where it's not in the vacuum. Same one, same tree, everything's the same.
Yeah.
What a difference.
Yeah. All of the branches have bleeding around them when they jumped into the vacuum chamber.
That's the same panchromatic film that you see me holding. These ones are all of that same tree. And then you get to these ones. There's the tree, there's the tree.
Yeah.
These ones were in the vacuum chamber. This one wasn't. This one here is about the best one.
The other ones, the branches are just blurred right away.
And then I'll show you the ones that I put in the microwave oven. I put chopsticks in the doors in the oven so that when you open the door, the oven would come on, and I gave it a 1 second burst. What a difference.
Yeah.
Both of these went in the same tank at the same time.
What level of vacuum were you pulling at that point?
10 to the -3, right? And I mean maxed right out.
Sort of Kalman line.
Looking at a force equal to 20 psi, which isn't a whole lot. It's when you get out 62 miles to 70 miles, it goes from 3 to 4. Every 30 miles, it goes up another one.
Then we get to the ones that I kept with the microwave oven of the radiations. This was the one of them where I gave it a burst, and that's all this fogging here.
Yeah.
So that one I put on the microwave oven. That was a 1 second burst there.
And it wasn't even inside, it was outside.
Yeah, it was outside the oven. So was this one. Look what it did to this one. Yeah, these are the microwave ones. So this one's really bad. Look what it did to this.
It's almost gone completely. But it's interesting that NASA keep coming back with this idea that they spent only 2 hours inside the radiation belts. And they don't make what it was like outside the belts. I mean, it's radiation all the way to the moon.
And mind you, this is the same film, all of this. This one here is normal.
Right.
This one has been hit with radiation from the microwave oven for 1 second with the film sitting outside of the door with chopsticks stuck into the switches to keep the oven on. I was showing Scott, I only had the film sitting right by the door, about an inch away with the door open.
In fact, it's even more pronounced on the color film. I say there's pictures behind you.
Yeah, I mean, that's crazy.
I mean, when was the last time you saw blue hills? As blue as that? I mean, you get blue hills, I know, in certain conditions because of atmospheric interference.
Now you can see the comparison. This was hit with radiation. This here was when I tried squeegeeing the chemicals off. I didn't let this dry right away.
Okay.
Okay, so that's what this stuff is here. I'm just looking at the fogging. The radiation didn't do any of this. This is what the radiation did.
Yeah.
And this.
If you had to run 2 or 3 seconds, you wouldn't see anything.
Look at how even the picture's warped. Like it's almost pushed over. Like there's the frame.
I know the frames aren't square anywhere. That's the funny thing is, Marcus, one of his photographs, the picture of the house is actually upside down on the roll. Why is it upside down? It's beyond me.
That was the first roll radiation test results, was this one here. That was the first result. Let's get that one of the house. Yeah, that was bizarre, wasn't it?
There it is, upside down.
Bloody hell, it is. Yeah, you're right.
It turned it upside down, and no reason for it.
Yeah, look at this. There's right side up.
Yeah.
And the house is now, it's upside down. It's almost like it did this frame bleed into this one, but this just racked the whole. Like even down here, look at this. You can't even read this.
No, you can't. Yeah, that should be quite clear on the film when you developed it, but it's gone.
That's just leaving it outside the door. You know, just leaving it 1 second. That's all this was. They're all the same roll. This is the same one too.
Yeah.
And then you come to the ones that weren't in the chamber. Every single one of them worked out. There's not one of them that are fogged, any of them. That's the control. All of this is the control, yeah.
In fact, that's the result you would expect from a film that has been exposed to radiation. And as you say, it wasn't very much radiation, just 1 second.
So I purchased 6 of these.
Yeah.
These were about 30 or 35 or 40 bucks a pop.
It's a very valuable experiment you've done there, because it demonstrates what people have been saying because they've always questioned the levels of radiation encountered on the Apollo missions, not on Mercury, not on Gemini, because they didn't go far enough. And if you take Al Bean at his word, when asked if they had been through the radiation belts, and he said, I don't think we went far enough to go through them.
That says a lot, doesn't it?
Yeah, I mean, you'd think an astronaut trained to the level he was trained at would know where the radiation belts were, and he might have gone through them. It was only when he was told where they were, and he said, oh, well, we must have been through them then. I mean, that's not very good behavior. That's not very good examples from an astronaut who's supposed to know about space and the dangers of it and how they're going to be protected from those dangers.
This was not hit with radiation. This was just inside the vacuum chamber, this one, right here.
Okay.
Yeah, it's already affected enough being in the vacuum chamber.
You don't see any of the fog down here, but the microwave wiped the stock number out.
Yeah, it did.
It's already put a haze right across the entire film, though. You can see that.
Yeah, it did.
Yeah, there's still a bit of a haze there, yeah. And don't forget, all of these, I mean, they're all in focus.
It is possible that at the level of vacuum you subjected the film to, the Tor 10 to the -3, that it would only have a very small effect on it. I mean, you can see that it has had an effect, albeit not particularly visual. But if you take that film and put it into Tor 10 to the -12...
It would make it disappear, just like the Mylar.
Yeah, exactly. It would just disappear because the film wouldn't be in a position to record the image and for it to be developed, because it was only photographic film that was used. I always emphasize this point, that it was never digital. When they are scanned in, they become digital, but they weren't taken as digital images. They were taken on photographic film. And that is the key point.
There's 10 to the -3 right there.
It certainly affects the color balance of the film, which is probably the first thing you'd expect to have.
It just means one of the layers is outgassing.
Yeah.
One of the color layers is outgassing, so it's no longer present or viable.
This one has to be one of the worst.
Yeah, it is. It is. It's a very impressive piece of evidence, that. You know, you're showing something which is indisputable, that the pictures are different. And then when you say, well, the one on the right was put into a vacuum chamber and it produced a different result, it's indisputable.
Look at the color difference on that tree on the right.
Look at how it's just bleeding all over the place up here. When you really look at it, this is bad. Yeah, now I'm gonna look at that. Wow. Look at the difference in those trees.
Especially the ones at the back, where you've got really quite marked deterioration in the green layer of the film, which has been outgassing quite severely.
Here it's crazy.
Yeah, well, the tree on the left, the branches kept going, they'd just disappear, wouldn't they? They're just bleeding right out, disappearing into the back.
When you look at these trees here, and then you look at those trees, I never thought that the hues would just go to pot like this.
It shows that the vacuum starts to affect the different layers of the film, the different color recording layers on the emulsion.
So red has outcast already on that.
Yeah, and green is starting to go, and blue, because it's the easiest color to record, is the most prominent one.
Yeah, if it's in the layer and the red's at the top of the layer and the vacuum is affecting the first layer, has gotten through because there's a piece of plastic between each layer, right?
Yeah.
So if it's gotten through to the first layer and it got rid of the red, then you're just going to have the combination of the other two colors.
That's right.
In the photograph, there's no red left, right?
No red left, which indicates that there is something happening to the film.
You could actually reproduce that in Photoshop just by taking your color balance and pulling it down, taking a natural photograph and pull it down to see that happen. And you know how much residual red is left in the film. You know what percentage has outcast.
It would be an interesting experiment to do. Take different layers off individually.
You can pull each color layer up and down in Photoshop, right?
Then if you do that and then match it to these pictures, you can then establish the level of outgassing of each particular layer.
Actually, if you pull the photograph into Photoshop and pulled up the RGB, it should show you the percentage that's there.
Yes, it would.
Without touching it. So that's easier done. And then you can also reproduce it with a normal photograph and pull the color down yourself to show what's been happening to it.
It was one of the tests that Jarrah White did, showing when NVIDIA did their test to demonstrate that it was quite possible to take these photographs of Aldrin climbing down a ladder.
Yeah, he was just showing what level of reflected light had to be there.
That's right, yeah. And he was using the RGB levels to determine that, because that was something that NVIDIA apparently didn't release, the levels that they were using, which is not surprising because somebody would have cried foul on it, which is what Jarrah White did.
Well, the biggest problem with NVIDIA, the little animation, was the fact that they used the fusion of light around the sun to match the photograph, which simply proves that it was taken on Earth. Well, if somebody else is trying to prove it the other way, they definitely don't want to do that and pull a piece of equipment out that makes it even worse than what we've created. But
probably why there's been no objection to the use of the vacuum chamber, because people know what the result would be. It's logical. It's not conspiracy or anything. It's just logic, scientific logic.
You've got several things to deal with. You've got the radiation, you've got the vacuum, and then you've got the temperature differentials that would occur on the moon.
Yeah.
By the time you put those three factors together, the film's not going to work. The camera's not going to work. The batteries aren't going to work.
But they all work perfectly. Isn't that strange? They all worked as if they were here on Earth. Guess what? They were.
That's good. That guy has been, I think he said he's been researching it since for 25 years or something like that.
Cool.
Yeah, there's some good videos in that channel.
Yeah. It looks like it.
You know what I did once? When I found out about Alan Shepard sneaking 2 golf balls, he supposedly snuck 2 golf balls in his pocket, and they didn't know about it. And that's how he famously golfed on the moon.
Oh my God.
Yeah, when I heard about that, I was like, at the time I had also been found out that the temperature was like 250 degrees in the sun. And I found an old golf ball from, I ordered some golf balls from 1969 on eBay, and I got them here, and I put one in the oven on some tin foil, and I turned it on the lowest setting. I think it was 230, and after about it was like 20 minutes. It took quite a while, but the white outer jacket started melting off of it.
Really?
Yeah. And then I started looking up golf ball melting temperatures and what they were made of. The white outer jacket is made of Duralin, made by DuPont. And they write in their sheets from their website, it says it has a melting point of 190 degrees for the white coating. And I don't know why mine took it. It took quite a while, but it started dripping off. I suppose if I would have touched it, sooner, it would have probably stuck to my finger. I still have it. I got it sitting up on my mantle. In fact, I show a picture of it in one of my videos. I think it was like the first or second video on my channel. Melted golf ball. Golf professionals won't keep golf balls in their car because the heat affects the distance.
He snuck 2 of them in his pocket.
Yeah, and he took them out, and he made a makeshift driver, or a little golf club out of a tool they had, and there's video of him hitting them, but they won't show the golf ball where it goes. He says it went for miles, and but they don't show it. They just show it like they show him swing at it, and it goes right off of the right hand side of the screen, so you can't see where it goes. And I guess he snuck him. He got in trouble. He got in trouble for doing it.
How did he get the golf balls out of his?
I don't know. I don't know.
suit?
Beats me. Must have put him in one of his cargo pockets that they had. I don't even know. I don't think that they would have held up under a vacuum either, because they were made, like when you go on an airplane and you get a bag of potato chips and they're puffy. A golf ball that would be made on Earth would have, it's a sealed, that outer jacket's like a balloon. So if they took it into a vacuum, it would have probably expanded.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. There's another video on YouTube where a guy puts a golf ball in a microwave and the damn thing blows up. It
Yeah, I can
explodes.
see that.
Yeah, it goes doink, and then he opens up the door and there's golf ball pieces all over in there. Yeah, I think if you go down to like my first video is called, it might be in my first one. You need to see this.
Okay.
And it towards the very end.
It's only 2 minutes.
Oh, okay. Yeah, this is my George Floyd one.
Oh, speaking of George Floyd, what's your take on it?
Yeah, that's a staged event.
Oh, yay!
Agreed.
Yeah.
It's not showing anything. Hold on. There we go.
What's it say? It's inappropriate?
Yeah.
That's weird. When did that happen? I've never seen that happen.
That's what it says.
What are you getting us into here,
What'd you
Danny?
do, Danny?
Nothing bad. They must have changed my
In the earth was last night's bed. I don't know where I'm going, only I know where I've been. I'm a devil on the run, a 6-gun lover, a gang. Yeah! Born into this world with a single bone of sin. Well, at least they gave me something I didn't ever see what had to win. Well, they tell me that I want it. Yeah, I'm a wanted man. I'm a gold digger, stable on the cane. So you don't get to catch me if you can. I'm going now and play the glory.
Yeah.
Take me out, won't you? I'm going out in a place of glory. And Lord, I never do first, but I do first, Lord, I'm going some. Call me You asked about my conscience, and I know for you my soul. You asked if I'm going to be the wise man. When I asked about you asked me if I won't love you, what it's like to sing songs in the rain.
That's literally how I feel when I find it.
I see the dying face. Shine down in a place of glory.
That boat ride part, that was an inside. I was talking to Antonio.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, he was trying to get some money. He wanted to do a like a GoFundMe to to do a cruise ship thing to try to prove the distance between I forget where it was, Spain and Argentina or something. Or
That's
yeah,
cool.
yeah, but yeah, that's my little golf ball. My little melted Spaldings. I made sure to get the same brand.
Oh,
But they-
yeah. Okay. So makes sense. Do you do any work with video stuff, Danny?
Just YouTube videos.
Okay, but you don't examine the videos or
Oh,
do any blowing them up or slowing them down or anything?
yeah, I used to do that a lot in Vegas stuff on the footage and all that.
Yeah.
And it depends. Sometimes I'll definitely play them slow. If I'm looking, if I'm like, hey, what happened right there? I'm not that good with the. I'd like to get what is it? What does Apple have? It's like Photoshop, but it's for Apple.
I don't know. Is your computer an Apple?
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
yeah. It's like Apple. I forget what they called it. Somebody in
Yeah.
chat might know. It's supposed to be really good, like Photoshop Pro or something.
Yeah. Well, I've got for a video editor, I use Shotcut, and that's they have versions for Apple as well. You can do it. It'll do a lot more than I know how to make it do so far, but I'm slowly picking up a little more and a little more. But if you in the knee video, if you do a still and then play with that a little bit, there's a perfect oval blackout spot where the guy's knee would be.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Did you see that girl's camera? It didn't even. It looked like an arm was holding down the guy's head.
Yeah.
It didn't even look like anything like the real scene, the fake
well,
scene.
And you couldn't tell where his knee was actually because of that blackout spot on it.
Yeah, that's why it's hard to trust anything on video.
You can't.
You could be examining. It's just like with those body cameras. Oh my God, the body cams are like. I swear they made that Axion body camera footage. The software for Axion is specifically made to
blur out
for them to
everything you
dink
want
with.
to blur out. Yeah.
It's for video editing.
For fake body cams.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. Because you're seeing it everywhere now. It's popping up all over the place. Hey, Michelle, on my videos, if you go up and there's one called the booster shot. It looks like let's see, where is it?
It won't be medical misinformation, will it?
No.
Oh, he's fine.
No. Yeah, otherwise it would be blocked already.
Yeah, that's their.
Where'd it
Oh,
go?
I guess. It's called Operation Booster Shot. I just saw it a second ago. Huh. It's not there?
Kitty. I rescued a cat. Well, she's a teenager about a week ago. She's so sweet. She's all over the place. She wants to be on top of me everywhere.
That's weird. I don't see it.
I don't see it either.
Where'd it go?
Is it this channel?
Yeah, Operation Booster Shot. It had a. I thought it had a nuclear. Ah, it's weird. I wonder if I got if it got deleted.
Very likely.
The Johnson, not the Johnson & Johnson one.
It should be close to those. Oh, there it is. It's got the duck head. Go back up a little bit. There, yep.
Oh, there it is.
The Operation Booster Shot. That's a short one.
There's something happening here. What it is ain't exactly.
It was decided to have a fourth test called the booster shot
With a gun over there.
and was detonated on a 200-foot tower.
Got to beware.
Booster was then ready for detonation.
What's that sound? Everybody
Now
look
for a
what's
look
going
at the
down.
booster shot.
Ain't that ironic?
That's so stupid.
Nobody's right if everybody's wrong. Young people speaking their minds are getting so much resistance from behind. Time we stop. Hey, what's that sound? Everybody look what's going down.
That's a good
Yeah.
one.
Though I'm serious. There was a time, well, not too long ago. Me and Lisa were watching all the old nuclear test footage. That's how I found that. We were watching all the different operations. So Tunguski, they had all kinds of them. I don't even know how many. And we were watching those, and they're all different. They all look. None of them look the same. They're all different. The ones they blew up in space, somehow they have videos of it, and it just it
Yeah.
looks totally ridiculous when the bomb blows up in space. Anyway, that's how I stumbled across that Operation Booster Shot.
Yeah.
And we're starting to doubt that they even have nuclear bombs. They're
Well, how
when
can
you
they?
watch the footage, they're like all different. None of them. You would think that they would look the same.
Well, but how can they be taking video of it?
Oh, there's videos. They show troops standing in the desert right in front of them, and they get blasted with this big wave of concussion. And
Yeah, I've
then
seen that
another-
one.
Yeah, and then they have another one where there's civilians sitting on bleachers watching it, and a lady's hat gets blown off her head.
Right.
I have seen people make comments on YouTube questioning or stating that there is no nuclear bombs.
Yeah,
I don't know. I've never looked at it myself.
When you start looking at all those old, there's a lot of different channels that play there's one called Nuclear Test Channel or what. I'd have to look it up for sure, but it's something like Nuclear Test Footage Channel, and they have a ton of them. They blow up the islands and those boats, the ships that get blown up. Some of those are, and you ever seen the ones like that were supposed to scare you when you were a kid, and they
Right.
show them hitting a house and
Yeah.
the house caves in, and
Yeah.
those are, when you look at those now with open eyes, it's like those are models. It
Right.
wouldn't
Yeah,
be hard
yeah.
to blow up some dynamite.
Little doll houses.
Yeah, and,
Yep.
and little like a train set scene with little trees and all that. And I'm telling you, I don't even know. I don't even know if these nuclear plants are actually producing power. There's no. I can't go over to one and test it, see if there's power coming out of it.
Right. We're told so.
I saw a video last week that it's funny. It came up under my recommendations, and it was a video of the nuclear fuel rods igniting, under the water, like in a nuclear reactor, and it was garbage. Everything turned blue, and it went boom, and first of all, they don't just ignite. They showed pictures of these fuel rods sitting there, just kind of all gray and not doing nothing. But then all of a sudden, it was like someone turned a switch and they went boom, and started glowing blue. I've seen videos of the nuclear fuel rods glowing green. It's like, which one is it then, blue or green?
Maybe none of the above.
In fact, I've also heard nuclear engineers say all those videos are fake. We can't video the fuel rods glowing. But there's videos out there of nuclear fuel rods igniting and burning, and it's just, I don't know. To me, it would be a good excuse to spend money and build a fake power plant that just all they have to do is make some steam come out of a thing.
Well, it seems to me like to film it, you would have to be exposed to the radiation.
Yeah, or the camera. Could the camera? What do they got? A window in it? They have a little window in the side of the tanks so that they can film it.
It just doesn't make any sense to me.
And if you did lower a GoPro down into the water with them to do that, wouldn't it ruin the electronics?
I would think so.
Big time, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
I'm trying to find my phone here.
It's always dumb shit like that gets me thinking. If let's say, for instance, they were fake, the nuclear plants that are, I don't know, there's like 150 of them, I think is what I heard in America. Those would be awesome little potential disasters. Like Fukushima and 3 Mile Island and the Russia one. That one, there are people that never did leave that are still living there today. Over in Chernobyl, there's videos on them, documentaries where they go and visit the 80-year-old lady that never left, and she lives within the exclusion zone, and nothing happened to her, and she's got farm animals and.
Wow.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like, so how reactive are these? Are they even reactive? Or are they just used to keep people? It's just like duck and cover. Like, that's going to help.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, you got to love those.
Duck and cover.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's hilarious.
Anyway, I don't know.
What
that's
other?
That's my gut feeling. I don't know what's real or not, but I'd like it. You can't. Here's another thing: you can't go tour a nuclear plant, especially after 9/11. Now they got guys with M16s standing out in front.
Wow.
And that's not because they're afraid of terrorists.
They don't want you to come in. I think YouTube.
I think it's because of it's the civilians.
People are starting to find out things.
Right.
Ever since I started watching YouTube in 2017 after the Vegas thing, but from what I understand, all like Flat Earth and there's a lot, the moon landing stuff all kicked off around 2014, 15, right? So that's not that long ago. And a lot of people are watching the videos and going, hey, there's a lot of people catching on. And I think they might be a little worried about that. I don't know why they don't just get rid of YouTube. I'm still waiting for that to happen.
Yeah.
You have to have a license to be able to put a video up.
It's still very valuable to them to get the comments and the reaction.
Yeah, and to make their own misinformation.
Right. For surveillance. for sure.
Yeah. It's
What's
a very
another good video, Danny, on your channel that I could play?
Gulf of Tonkin. It's like let's see, it's right there
here.
with the yep. I don't know if you've seen that one. That's a good one.
It doesn't look like I have.
That's supposedly a picture of the Vietnamese firing on one of our ships.
Beautiful friend, this is the end. My only friend, the end of our elaborate plans, the end of everything that stands, the end. No safety or surprise, the end. I'll never look into your eyes again. Can you picture what will be? So little and free, desperately in need of some stranger's hand in a desperate land. Lost in a romance, wilderness of pain, and all the children are insane. All the children are insane, waiting for the summer rain. There's danger on the edge of town. Ride the King's Highway. Weird scenes inside the gold mine. Ride the highway west, baby. Ride the snake. Ride the snake to the lake. The ancient lady, the snake is long, 7 miles. Ride the snake. He's old and his skin is cold. The West is the best. The West is the best. Get here, we'll do the rest. The bluebird is calling us. The bluebird is calling us. Driver, where you take it up? The killer awoke before dawn. He put his boots on. He took a face from the ancient gallery and he walked on down the hall. He went into the room where his sister lived, and then he paid a visit to his brother, and then he walked on down the hall, and he came to a door, and he looked inside. Father, yes, son, I want to kill you. Mother, I want you.
Very, very good, Danny.
Yeah, did you guys know that?
Come on, baby, take a chance with us. Come on, baby, take a chance with us. Come on, baby, take a chance with us and meet me at the back of the blue bus schooner, blue rock on that blue bus schooner. Yeah, come on, yeah.
Wow. Yeah, I was on a plane like that.
This is a long song.
Yeah, good video.
This is the end. You take the breath. This is the end. My only friend. The end. It hurts to set you free, but you never follow me. The end of laughter and soft light.
I stayed in those buildings.
Yep.
That was my barracks. That building right there.
Which one?
They called it the Tomahawk Castle because it got hit with 14 Tomahawk cruise missiles
Where was it?
in Baghdad.
Oh,
It was his Pentagon, Saddam's Pentagon.
oh yeah.
It had 8-inch thick glass windows
Wow.
all the way up on the 6th floor even.
This statement right here: America will never be destroyed from the outside. If we falter and lose our freedoms, it will be because we destroyed ourselves.
Yeah.
Wow.
This is the end.
Survive a war. You gotta become war.
Yeah.
John J. Rambo.
Rambo.
Then go America.
Wow.
I still haven't seen the very last one he made. The new Rambo.
I don't know if I have or not.
It's when he's back home in Wyoming and they come after him and he uses his barn and tunnels. I heard about it, but I haven't watched it yet.
And just so everybody knows, I put Danny's channel link in the description of this live. So if you guys have not subbed to him, please do. I didn't mention that in the beginning, which I should have. But so your channel link's in the description of this live, just so you guys know. What's another good one? Because you always put out good videos, Danny. I'm ready.
Let's see here. Scroll down.
A few minutes ago, Danny, you mentioned Lisa. We haven't heard from Lisa.
Oh, she's sitting here.
She's always there. I know. I wanted to have her on too, but
yeah,
she's kind of shy.
Oh no, she's not.
She's beautiful.
Let me see. Oh, Dub left a comment on the bottom. The Pompeii one. If Pompeii happened today, or Pompeii then and now.
So you want me to do that one? This one?
Yeah, Dub saw that one just the other day and said that good video. Was that one got it too?
No, I think that was just flashing.
Leftover.
Oh, why do I keep getting a black screen? See, that's just weird. They don't like it. There we go.
Yeah, I don't think I had none of my videos.
It is.
I didn't have any of my videos set to
Look at that.
adult. That means someone changed my settings to
Yep.
adult only
Yep,
or
'cause
whatever.
there's Dub's comment right there.
Yep.
Yep.
Huh.
Hey Dub, when you watched it, did you get that message?
No, it wasn't there.
The message wasn't there.
No.
So that just happened.
Yeah.
That's already on 2 videos, Danny.
Yeah. No,
That's
as far as I know, none of them had that. Crazy.
wow.
What does that do? Stop monetization?
Huh?
What does that do? Just stop monetization or it lowers the views because then you got to be 18?
I don't know because I don't know.
I think it's just that
It's like a viewer discretion, of course, but
Yeah, that's weird.
have you said on any of them not for children? Because sometimes if you denote not for children,
Yeah,
it
I always put not for children.
all my videos, every video, every live, everything is set for not for children.
Yeah.
But I don't have any of those on mine.
Yeah, I don't know, and his didn't when I watched it.
Yeah, I haven't. Tonight's the first time I'm seeing that.
That's crazy.
I was nowhere man, heading down was my destiny. But yesterday, I swear that was someone else, not me. Here I stand at the crossroads edge, afraid to reach out for eternity. One step without the down, I see someone else, not me. Looking back and I see someone else.
Mask up. A new executive order requiring everyone to wear a mask in public or face a $500 fine took effect today. Newsday's Whitney Burney joins us now live with how local police agencies are enforcing this new rule. Whitney?
So that new executive order puts a lot of responsibility on business owners, asking them to deny entry to anyone who refuses to wear a face covering. If they don't, they could face a fine of up to $7,000.
But we begin with brand new video showing the deadly confrontation between an Eaton County Sheriff's deputy and the suspect wanted for stabbing a man during an argument wearing a mask.
Investigators say this all started because that man with the knife refused to wear a mask inside the store.
This argument happened at the Quality Dairy in Windsor Township. It ended with a 77-year-old man suffering from stab wounds. A short time later, police caught up with the suspect in Delta Township, and that's where he was fatally shot. Let's get to Sean Lay live at the Quality Dairy tonight to walk us through this. Sean.
Let's give everyone the lay of the land here. The executive order from Governor Whitmer on masks coming down just 8 miles away from the State House from where I'm standing. Look at the front doors
Only
here
8 miles
at
away.
the store. As soon as this man came here this morning, there are two
It's so stupid. They did this
no
on
mask,
purpose.
no service. He was denied service, and when a man
So
in line with him said,
stupid.
"Hey, where's your
They
mask?"
made this little story up so people would wear their masks.
Crazy. This is the manager of the Quality Dairy convenience store in Diamonddale rolling up police tape after a shocking day. One customer stabbing a 77-year-old customer simply because that 77-year-old asked the man to put on a mask inside the store this morning. Can you believe it?
Nope.
For a mask?
This is nuts. Governor doesn't realize what she's doing.
So he's taking down his own tape.
Yeah, his own police tape.
Yeah, that's how it rolls. The police,
Yeah.
the police said, "Okay, we're done. So you can take down your tape now."
Yeah, that's the way that works.
Mhm.
Have you seen this one, Michelle? It gets worse.
I think I have, but let's keep going.
Do you feel in danger if you gotta tell someone to mask up? That 77-year-old was rushed to the hospital. He went into surgery. Tonight we're told he's going to survive. The man with the knife, state police tell the local 4 defenders, is 43-year-old Sean Ernest Rice from Grand Ledge. The next part is caught on home security camera. Rice was driving home after the stabbing. He was actually on his own street in Grand Ledge.
Let me just tell you, people in Michigan keep their lawns like that. It's amazing. I mean, it's just amazing. They do keep their lawns good like that.
Edge when an Eaton County Sheriff's deputy pulled him over. You can see Rice coming towards the deputy and not stopping. MSP says he had the knife in his hands. That deputy, she's been with her department for nearly 23 years. She opened fire at least 9 times, MSP says, to protect herself, killing Rice.
Oh yeah, I've seen this. Is this where he or
Yeah.
He
Was
gets
this
shot 9 times and nothing happens to him.
right? Yeah, I've seen this.
Back at the shop where the signs for wearing masks are all over. People can't believe being asked to wear a mask has turned to this.
I'm sad. And I'm horrified that something so trivial should cost this type of anguish, and it's just a mask.
Yeah.
What do you make of this, just over the mask situation?
Mask.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. I mean,
Mask.
it's people's safety, so just put it on.
Put your mask on.
If you ever seen propaganda at its best.
The sheriff.
So I just want to point out, that people that are interviewing don't have a mask. This guy doesn't have a mask.
I know. He's waving it around in his hand.
They're not wearing a mask. The deadly shooting of a guy that didn't wear a mask. But I'm not wearing a mask. I'm not wearing a mask right next to the store that.
But it's really, really important that you wear a mask.
So you don't get stabbed.
Yeah, so I'm not going to wear a mask, but I'm going to report that the guy got killed because he wasn't wearing a mask.
Sheriff just updated his condition as serious right now. Sean Rice, the man who was shot by the sheriff's deputy, does have a criminal record.
There's your Google Play and your App Store in the background.
and the guy that got shot 9 times is still okay.
Yeah, from a Glock, I'm sure.
But the kids that got shot were unidentifiable.
Yeah. Well, they
yeah.
were shot by an AR-15. Come on, Danny.
Yeah, this guy was only 6 feet away from this cop. Wait till you see it.
I mean, I did the one on the teacher that got shot through his arm and then went through his lung and then through his back. He got shot twice from an AR-15.
He was out in 4 days.
Yeah, and he was up and talking, and he saw 21 children get killed in front of him, and he wasn't upset at all to talk to the media. Yeah.
Did time for home invasion. Bottom line here, guys, people absolutely stunned by what happened here over a mask. Back.
I'm just appalled because this guy's not wearing a mask. I mean, how dare him?
Begin with our first look at body cam video of a deadly confrontation near Lansing. Where's
all the blood? That's
Where's
what
the
I.
hole?
Yeah, where's the hole?
There's not even a hole in his shirt.
We're gonna slow that down. Let's see. Let's slow this down because I just really want to see it. There's got to be a hole or some blood that comes out of this guy.
There isn't.
There's got to be.
I have that in my library, of course.
I know, but there's got to be. There's just got to be. We gotta find it. Let's do it.
Good luck with that.
People absolutely stunned
Where's your
by
mask,
what happened
motherfucker?
here over a mask. Back to you.
Begin with our first look at body cam
1,
video of
2,
a deadly
3,
confrontation near Lansing.
He's not even flinching.
Yeah.
I don't see a hole. I don't see any blood. No wonder he survived.
She dumps a cliff with him 4 foot away from her.
Right.
Man Police say the man who was killed had been refused service at a store early this morning for not wearing a mask and stabbed a 77-year-old customer in that dispute.
Police responded and found the man driving near his home. What happened next is getting a closer look with newly released body cam video. All of this as we learn more about the man who was shot and killed. We bring in Jason Colthorpe to break this down for us. Jason.
Now you would have seen I mean, even her gun had a flashlight on it in the daytime.
She shoots the street and the part coming up here. I show it. I think I even played slow motion.
And Devin, I think it really, considering the emotional landscape we're all living in right now, it's
horrifying. It's so horrifying.
important to point out that this is the second time in 4 days now a department has released video of a deadly encounter with police the same day. That's something we almost never saw before. And again, tonight, the Eaton County Sheriff releasing body cam video after releasing surveillance just earlier today.
Oh, yeah.
Drop the weapon! Drop the weapon!
Drop the weapon!
Body cam video from a 22-year veteran of the Eaton County Sheriff's Office captures the encounter as a man charges her. She fires several shots and has to reload and fire again to finally put him down. Eaton County Sheriff's Office captures the encounter as a man charges her. She fires several shots and has to reload and fire again to finally put him down. The deputy tracked him to the neighborhood where he lived in Grand Ledge, just west of Lansing, and pulled him over. Home surveillance shows Rice immediately walking toward the deputy.
I have to point out this. So it happened at 11:02, and it was 74 degrees out. 7 minus 4 is 3.
Numerology.
2 plus 1 is 3, and 2 plus 1 is 3. Just had to see that.
Ignoring orders to drop it and then charging. A close look at the body cam shows Rice had 2 knives in his right hand and a screwdriver in his left. After the first several shots, he squats the deputy's arm down. She reaches to push him away. She's able to separate, quickly drop the clip, and she reloads.
Man, she was quick.
Fires several shots and has to reload and fire again.
What the hell is he picking up?
I don't know what he's doing. He's just standing there getting shot 9 times.
He's already been shot 20 times, and he's picking up something on the ground. That's amazing.
Maybe he dropped one of his knives he was going to attack her with.
Oh, okay. And she's still shooting.
Yeah.
Because I thought he was going to fall to the ground, but no, he dropped something and he picked it up. Let's back that up. I just think that's pretty good.
And pulled him over. Home surveillance shows Rice immediately walking toward the deputy.
And how do they get that on
orders to
audio
drop it
through
and
that
then
camera?
charging? A close look at the body cam shows Rice had 2 knives in his right hand and a screwdriver in his left. After the first several shots, he swats the deputy's arm down. She reaches to push him away. She's able to separate, quickly drop the clip, and she reloads.
She fires several shots and has to reload and fire again.
The way she's handling the firearm is ridiculous.
Hello, Chuck. Good to see you, man.
that was a good one.
Yeah, that's when I started noticing. I started noticing Axion cameras out on all these garbage propaganda pieces.
Right.
If it's a body camera footage they're using for something like this, odds are it's Axion now.
It's it's garbage. I
In
gotta get
fact, I
that.
was thinking about buying some stock in Axion.
Yeah, there you go.
Make some money off the idiots.
Most departments that use body cams, that's what they use. That's the go-to body cam.
It's got the most editing capabilities. You shouldn't even be able to turn those things off like they do.
What in the third day of the George Floyd trial, they explain a guy explains how the videos are stored and who has access to them, and yeah, they can be tampered with. They can be made to see what you want to see, just like everything else.
Hi, Chuck. Yeah, Yo Laserbean says he picked up a Saudi passport from the one of 9/11 hijackers. It's I don't understand how people cannot see this. It's so clear. I mean, just because we're awake does not mean that we're the only ones that have eyes. I mean,
Yeah,
because
no.
everybody
Common sense.
they're listening to the story and they're going, "Oh my God, he's running towards the cop," instead of looking that he's getting shot or anything.
I almost think that most people, like when they released that footage of the body camera stuff, most people in Michigan probably saw the news thing about what went down, but they didn't see there's probably a lot of them that don't want to watch the body camera footage.
Right, because they're so scared that they're like,
Yeah.
"Oh my God, I don't want to see that guy getting shot."
I know, 9 times. But then when you watch it,
Yeah.
I feel like everybody should be laughing when they see that.
That is like the most clearest. I mean, it was just like the one that Chuck did of the White House, the one that you said you never seen, Danny.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. I mean, God, it's so clear. This guy's rolling around, on the ground. This guy never even fell. This guy dropped something and picked it up. I thought he was getting ready to fall.
That all of this happened one day after a mask mandate was ordered.
Right.
Governor Whitmore makes a mask mandate, and the very next day, this all happens.
Right. Yeah, exactly. Good night, Nuckin. Thanks for coming by. He probably already left. He was like, "I'm going to bed." But yeah, that is just. I mean, it's just I don't get how people are like, and if they do watch it, they're just listening to the story. They're not looking with their eyes. They're listening to what they're telling them. Because I've looked at and I've seen where they've had riots and all this kind of stuff, and they're telling you one thing and they're showing you a different thing. It's like they're saying, "Oh, look at all these stores that were vandalized and da da da," and there's not a bullet hole, there's not a broken glass, there's nothing wrong with the stores.
Yeah.
But they're telling you it happened, and they're showing video of it, but there's nothing wrong with the stores.
And if you compare what they're telling you and what they're showing you, very frequently they're not the same thing. And
Well, very frequently, I think almost every time.
Exactly. Yeah.
And what if they show you damage, generally it's photoshopped or it's video shopped or it's whatever it's shopped. It's just they're all fake pictures.
Did you see there's another I saw a video today that popped up, and it was a news thing, and it said a third American is missing now in Ukraine that was fighting over there.
Oh my gosh. Oh,
Yeah,
because
they've already got two already got captured. In fact, the one looks like Jose Campos. And now there's another one. Americans that are fighting in Ukraine.
Oh my gosh. That's
Yeah,
just
well, the thing I saw on that, I think it was yesterday, where 2 were captured and 1 was missing.
Yeah, that's it, and it's Jose Campos. Michelle, type in.
I'll look it up.
Yeah, type in Americans in
Let me look it
Ukraine
up.
missing.
Why not?
I think
Why
that
not?
was I
Or
think that was
captured.
Sky News. It'll either be Sky News or BBC.
We found Jose Campos. You're
Or
gonna
so
laugh.
was it two captured and 1 and
2 captured and 1 missing.
Yeah, scroll down. One of the thumbnails is you'll see it looks just like Jose Campos.
hold on, I got my new cat in the way. She's like, I know. She's spoiled. Hold on. Oh my gosh. There he is.
Jose.
That's him.
It's Jose Campos. It's the fat one
is it?
from the Ellen Show.
Oh, Inside Edition. It's got to be good.
Oh yeah,
Gotta
they
be
had
true.
s-
Two
they had
Americans
some
who volunteered
doozies.
to fight with Ukraine's army.
Oops. I meant to make it big. Sorry. I got a cat in the way.
Just one?
Have reportedly been captured by pro-Russian forces and are feared missing. 27-year-old Andy Wen and 39-year-old Alexander John Robert Druke are both from Alabama. They would be the first American prisoners of war since Russia invaded Ukraine months ago. Joy Black is Andy Wen's fiance.
That looks real.
He really had a burden on his heart to go help these people. He didn't work out about the war. He was just so
Why'd your
touched
husband
by
go
it.
over there?
He had to go and help these people in need.
How is
and
it
he
even legal to go and fight in a foreign war? Just because I'm going to buy an airplane ticket and go fight in Ukraine.
Yeah, I'm gonna go help them.
God.
And they'll just hand me a gun because they were giving out guns to everybody.
It's insane. I don't know how people are absorbing this and being,
Or I'm just gonna take my own AR-15 and I'm just gonna go show up there.
we need to do something.
Yeah, we're gonna go help them. Go Ukraine! It's so dumb. It's like me just traveling. Yeah. Let's. I want to be one of those. I want to be one of the
I'm
women.
going to take a baseball bat and fly over there and start trying to help them.
Right. Yeah. Let me take my own. My own gun, and I'll just go over there and just start shooting people.
If you would have tried, like if somebody that lived in, I don't know, anywhere, somebody that lived in Canada tried to fly to Baghdad to help us fight while we were over there in
They'd
Baghdad.
be like, "Oh yeah, come on.
Yeah, we got a place for you to stay.
Yeah, sure. You
Here's
jump
an M16.
Just jump in the tank. Jump in the tank, and we're gonna take off now."
Whose side are you on?
Whose side are you on?
Like,
Are you sure you're from? Yeah, exactly.
yeah, are you gonna? Okay, well, I guess that would be okay as long as you're fighting on our side.
We don't need a background check on you. Just come on. You say who you are. We're good. Just bring your own gun and jump in the tank. Let's go. That's so stupid.
It is. Oh, you know what? I also heard that what state was it? Florida? Or was it Chicago? I can't remember. There's one state that made it illegal to carry any amount of money, like currency, on an airplane now.
Oh,
that they deem suspicious, and they can take it.
Just take your money.
Yep. So if you tried to fly somewhere with $4,000 in your pocket, they'd be like, that's suspicious, and they would take it.
But if you had it all in the bank on digital, how
Yeah,
could they
then you can
take
do
it?
Yeah. And it's the first state to do it. And they made it a rule because it's I don't know, something to do with the airport. It only affects the airport, so they're not saying they're doing it in the whole state, just at the airports.
Just at the airport, because
Yep.
Yeah,
Boy,
well, that
howdy.
goes with the civil forfeiture laws that they
That's the
passed
one that
a
they
few
got
years
around
back.
by saying airport only.
And they changed it to make it legal for them to confiscate everything you had at an airport.
Yeah,
And also the police.
You know what? I think that's a conspiracy. Nothing's happening, you guys. Nothing's going wrong in the United States. Come on now.
No, I don't see it.
We're free.
It hasn't
We're
affected me
free.
yet.
We're a free country.
I don't have to
Oh,
worry about
yeah.
Those are lies.
Yeah.
We got an anonymous tip that somebody said you were going to harm yourself, so we're here to get your guns.
Yeah.
No, they're going to pass strict red flag laws.
But
Oh yeah,
I mean,
that's their only goal.
But we can go to Ukraine and help them, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Why don't you go fly over to Ukraine?
Yeah, we're gonna go to Ukraine. We're gonna help them because we don't need any help here. We're gonna go help them.
Yeah, I'm on my way.
That would never happen.
Yeah. I mean, they had people from Dallas to God only knows where.
How come now? How come you didn't hear about that in the Vietnam War? How come you didn't hear about that in the Korean War? Individuals, citizens flying over.
Yeah.
Flying over.
It's so stupid. It's dumb.
But Vietnam and Korean, they were our enemies. Ukraine is our friend.
Oh yeah.
So we got to go help our friend.
Yeah, but it's still a war.
Danny, put on your dress and your high heels, and you'll fit right in.
Oh yeah, I'll go Pride.
You'll fit right in with the Ukraine president. Come on now.
I'll put on my leather high heels and
dance
my way there.
There you go, with your little gun hanging off your skirt.
You wouldn't even be able to. I bet you can't even buy it. If I wanted to right now, you can't even fly to the Ukraine.
No.
Well, I mean, supposedly they don't have any electricity or running water or anything. How I just don't know. I don't understand all that.
How did these 3 missing Americans get there?
I don't know.
They just fell out of the sky.
I think
they could have
Biden must have given them free passage. Must have, maybe.
Or it's just 100% fake and didn't even happen.
Oh,
well, that could be too.
No, that's not. No, don't
not
go
the
there.
news.
No,
It was on the news.
No. Just kidding. That's just. That's
Tom
a
Brokaw.
conspiracy. Are you a conspiracy theorist?
I would believe it if Tom Brokaw said it.
Yeah. Hello.
Too bad he didn't say it. It's some other guy.
Damn it. Oh, but Inside Edition is telling us, look.
And I trust him.
He told her he would be unavailable for a few days.
I think he tried to not really tell me when he was doing really dangerous.
Oh, TikTok.
So as not to worry
TikTok.
me. But I later found out that
That makes it true.
They were doing in operation.
Yeah, let's get on TikTok with no internet, and we're gonna go drive with them, and we're gonna show you all the videos on TikTok with this no internet, and we're gonna show you the real Ukraine war. Okay.
Everything about this whole thing is so many. It's all ridiculous.
Well, it was just like Las Vegas shooting. My biggest beef out of the whole thing that I tried to scream to the top of my lungs, even though I didn't do lives or anything. But, what I'm saying is they had no video of anything. Zero. They only had, the big people running their surveillance video, whatever. One camera in Vegas. In Vegas.
Yeah, I know. When there's there was like 17,000 cameras.
Yeah, but they didn't see anything. And then that just kills me. That so then you go to Ukraine and you have no internet, you have no electricity, you have nothing, and they've got video after video after. How do you get a video? How do you have a phone? How do you have? I mean, I can go to the rural area in Missouri and not get service, but you can go to Ukraine and get service and take video with no electricity and no internet. I don't get it. They're like, we're sitting here as we're broadcasting and there is no electricity and there's no internet. And I'm like, so how are you broadcasting? How are you doing this?
Minor detail.
Why wouldn't Russia take out all their cell phone towers and all their communications capabilities
first?
Well,
yeah.
Well, from what I gather, but TikTok has capabilities right here. I mean, come on, they're showing everything.
In the Kharkiv region. I don't know where he is.
Oh, don't cry. No.
I don't know what's happening to him.
Oh no.
I really have this feeling in my heart that he's okay. But it's the unknown and it's so scary.
Sure it's definitely unknown.
I don't even want to think about my big fears. I'm just trying to stay positive.
Where's the
You
tears?
liar.
And keep the hope going.
Where is the tears, Jose Campos?
He's lying.
That looks like him. It really does.
Yeah.
It really does. And this guy looks like Grizzly Adams, but anyway.
She says the U.S. government has been helpful and is working to bring the men home.
I know that they are definitely trying to get Andy and Alex home safely.
Who's they?
Yeah, who's trying to get him home safely? The Ukraine president?
The Navy SEALs.
Oh, okay. I know. She says she knows. They're trying. Because
They
they're
could
talking.
literally say anything and people would believe it.
Yeah.
This girl could say, Yogi Bear is going over to get him.
Yeah.
He's going to save him.
Mickey Mouse is on his way.
Yep. And
Disneyland, Disney World closed down because of the Ukraine missing people. You know, who knows? You could say anything.
They figured out that we're so gullible that they said, well, yeah, run with this story. It'll work.
Yeah, and as anybody knows, Inside Edition is like top news.
When do you want us to air the Jose Campos missing in action? Oh, now is as good a time as any. Go ahead.
Yeah,
they'll believe it.
Yeah. Well, he's back, everybody. He's back. The real one has returned.
And then put him. Then they're going to give him congressional medal. They'll give him a Medal of Honor.
Yeah. Because
for heroism.
Yeah, exactly. Even though he wasn't there.
And Biden will fall down, and as he's falling, he'll put it around their neck.
He'll fall down on his bike with his nice young legs and, nice tan young legs and, yeah.
Yeah, speaking of Inside Edition, they did some really doozy jobs on Parkland. I mean,
they do. Inside Edition is the bomb, Dub.
Absolutely.
Don't put down my main news channel.
That's our Sky News.
It is. This is the Truther Channel news.
Vice.
The
Vice
Real News
TV.
Network.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Besides TMZ for the Hollywood, I wouldn't know what to do without him.
This is all brought to you courtesy of the Smith-Mundt Act.
Yeah, exactly. Brought to you by the
Smith and
Mundt Modernization 2012 Act. Heck yeah.
Believe us.
Believe us, because
That's their motto. Believe us.
Believe us. 'cause
Oh,
it's-
sure, yeah. Mhm.
You got to catapult the propaganda. You got to catapult the propaganda for the truth to sink in.
I think everybody, to find them first and foremost
Oh.
and know where they are.
Okay, so I really, I'm really getting sick and tired. Can they just put some pepper in these people's eyes? Just to make them cry. Pepper spray would be good.
Something.
Yeah, or
yeah.
at least punch them in the face once
Yeah.
before you film them.
Something
Something to make their eyes tear up.
Make them cry. I don't want to hear that. And I'm just.
Bunny Druki, Alexander
Oh, no.
John Robert Druki's mother, told CBS News her son was drawn to the Ukraine-Russia conflict.
Yeah.
He was always watching the news. He was very
yeah.
concerned about what was happening.
Watching the news will get you fired up. It sure will.
You should have red flagged him.
He was always watching the news,
He
so
was
he
wanting
had
to harm himself
Yeah.
by
He-
going to war.
Yeah. Yeah. Let's go jump on the war train, because that's what's good for us.
Bye, Bunny. I'm gonna go kill myself in Ukraine.
In Ukraine, I'm going to go take my gun, and they'll just let me get in the tank with them.
Happening, and he said that he had the skills and the knowledge to.
Bunny,
Oh my God. She wins the Actor of the Year award.
I don't know yet. Let's see.
Assist the Ukrainian.
Why isn't she crying? Isn't this her son? Is this
Yeah,
not? She's
you would
the
think.
mother.
Hey, my video that you played at Gulf of Tonkin?
Uh-huh.
In there was a little girl sitting next to a bag with a
Right.
hat on. Yeah. Do you see her crying? Do you think that if CBS walked up to her, she would do an interview?
Oh, probably not.
Yeah,
But-
that was real.
Yeah.
And she would have just looked at them and probably
She'd have been
gouged
like,
their eyes out.
if somebody were to walk in that position where that little girl was, if somebody were to walk up to me with a camera, that would be all they would see is that camera falling.
Yeah, and just the look of utter disgust.
Like
I can't even believe you asked me that.
yeah. And this lady is talking about her son going. He just watches the news every day, and he was just so disgusted, and he was like going to go over there, and he was just so determined.
She'd be thinking like right now. She'd be going, I don't know if they're chopping him up into little pieces right now. I don't know if they're dragging him around in the streets naked, and then going to throw him on a fire.
She doesn't even look sad. She looks like I'm just here. I'm just here. I'm just here telling us a fake story.
Forces, he believed, and he felt very strongly that Putin needed to be stopped.
Okay, so she's reading the script.
He was happier than I've heard in years because he felt like he had a purpose, and and he fell in love with Ukraine and the Ukrainian people.
Yeah, she sounds so
Ukraine.
horribly sad that he's
Emphasis.
missing.
Emphasize Ukraine.
Alexander was missing on June 13th.
Oh my
He
gosh.
had gone out on a mission. He didn't.
Is this him?
I must be.
Does that look like him?
Maybe
Go
without
back.
a beard.
No, let's look at the ears. How
Uh-oh,
about that?
ears. Where's teeth?
Uh-oh. Okay, so he's got a little ear here and a big ear here. So let's see if this looks like
Found
the
out
same guy.
Alexander was missing on June 13th.
They had gone out
Nope, not the same guy. Ears are different. That's not the
on a
same guy.
mission. He didn't specify what it was. It just it was
Clone.
a small group had gone out on a mission.
No.
They had gone bad,
Not the same guy.
and they had scattered, and that all but
Oh,
two
let's do all the X's. Let's get all the X's in there.
people had made it back, and Alex and Andy were.
Oh
the
yeah,
two
all
that
the
had
rusted
not
cars
reported in
and
yet.
from the
She's concerned
junkyard.
about her son's well-being, but is confident because she says He's brave, tough, and well trained.
Not the same
Well, as
guy.
a mother, you want to keep your children safe. But as an American, I am so darn proud of him for being willing to risk his safety.
Oh, so is she crying off camera? That's what it sounds like.
I don't know, but I just
democracy
noticed
around
that
the
picture
world,
of him with his
keep
uniform.
Americans safe.
I couldn't tell what unit he was with. I didn't see any unit patch.
Yeah.
They're
I
not
am so
identifying
darn
his
proud of
unit.
him
And
for
there he
being
has
willing
a very short,
to
rounded
risk his
chin.
life.
And the other picture, he has a long chin.
So
Pointing.
where would the unit patch be?
On his left side, his right chest, but we're looking at it, it would be on his left above his name.
Okay, so let's
And I don't see a unit. There's nothing that identifies any unit patch, like third ID or anything like that.
He got his uniform from a Army Navy store, and that one didn't have a patch on it.
Oh, you got the zoom. Yeah. Maybe let's see what zooms in on it. It should. There's a white thing and then another. Well, I don't recognize any of that so far. There he is.
Yeah. I don't know what the heck that is. Kind of blurry. Kind of blurry.
That's kind of old.
Yeah,
Even if they.
It looks like
can't
it's from
remember
like
when.
the 80s or 70s. You know what
Yeah,
I mean?
and it's not even showing. So even if it was on his arm, his right arm, which I think it is, I think it's on his left arm, which would be our right side, above the chevrons. There is a patch there, but they're not letting you see it.
Gee, what a coinkydink. How convenient.
Because you could look that up. You'd be able to look his name up and see if he was actually in the military in the 82nd Airborne or whatever.
Yeah.
Let me tell you, and let me tell everybody, anytime I've ever looked anybody's name up, it's never been there.
Yeah.
Never.
Still waiting. Still waiting to find one.
In any mass shooting or anytime I've ever done research and looking for someone dead or alive or an obituary or where they live, never have I found anything on them. I wonder why.
I almost want to say that
All great.
his head doesn't look like it belongs on that uniform. Like it's pasted over somebody else's head.
Could very well be.
You know how it just looks retarded.
Let's look at this. Let's see. Let me go back here. Gee, they
Gone
don't
out on a mission. It had gone bad.
Oh, yeah, sorry guys, but we're on a mission here. We're gonna go back to this guy.
He had gone out on a mission and it went bad.
Something bad happened.
Yeah. Well, they're saying something bad happened.
Yeah, obviously he got captured.
Yeah. Yeah. This guy is like, it's not cool. Stop being so mean. Just kidding. Let's see. Let's look at his neck.
Yeah, you'll probably see the edit line.
Yeah. What do you think?
Yeah, his skin's two different colors. His neck is brighter than his face.
Yep.
Totally.
And if you look right here on his neckline, that doesn't even look real. There's like shade. But yeah, two different colors.
His neck is really, really big.
And if you look
according
at
to his head.
Look at his eyes. They're like all digital. Yeah. Not the same guy.
Nope.
He looks too.
And he's got. Let's see. What was he? A staff sergeant?
Well, look on the side of this neck right here, where my pointer is.
Straight line.
It's blue. Like you can see the lines on the side.
Yeah, along his neck, like a black line or a blue.
Yeah.
line.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's got an awful lot of medals.
And even
for a
the
staff
ears,
sergeant.
even the ears look put on. Look at the ears. They look put on.
Yeah, like they're pushed
like
out.
like a potato head. Seriously, I'm not kidding. Like a
Right.
potato head. I mean, you remember those toys where you
Yep.
put on their ears and their
Yeah, they banned those. They
Well,
banned
probably-
the potato head when they were banning Aunt Jemima.
Oh, did they?
Yeah, didn't you hear about that?
No, I don't remember about the
They
potato
banned.
guys.
They had to stop making the potato head.
Wow. But yeah, even like where his collar meets his skin, there's a space. It's shadowed. Yeah, this is
Propaganda.
a propaganda.
Propaganda.
Propaganda at its not finest.
No,
Brought to you by the
it
Smith
can't
Mundt
be.
Act of
There you go.
1947.
Yeah. 1947. Let's play the rest of this video because I'm sure it's good.
Specify what it was, and just that it was a small group, had gone out on a mission. It had gone bad.
Oh yeah, TikTok.
And they had scattered, and that all but
XXX.
two of the people had made it back, and Alex and Andy were
Rust.
the two that had not reported in yet.
She's concerned about her son's well-being, but is confident because she says he's brave, tough, and well-trained.
Yeah, he
Well,
looks
as
brave.
a mother, you want to keep your children safe. But as an American, I am so darn proud of him for being willing to risk his safety to help democracy around the world.
Oh, shut up.
To keep
God.
Ukraine safe eventually, and to help the Ukrainian people.
Uh-huh.
I'm not worried about him
Not
being
the
in
same
Russian
guy.
hands,
The
not
ears are
because of
totally
Russia,
different.
but because I know Alex's character.
A U.S. state.
And they say when you get older, your facial parts and everything get bigger. These are a lot smaller than.
Yeah, his ears aren't spread
It's
out.
not the same guy. There's no way because his
No.
ears would be out to here at this point, like Mickey Mouse. Maybe he is Mickey Mouse.
His chin is longer and more pointed.
Well, you can't tell with the beard, but it's just not the same guy. I mean, the ears alone say it all. Oh, but he's wearing the American fake flag up here. So
The fact that there's no way you could go and fight in a war just because you felt like it means the whole thing is bullshit.
I'm an American and I'm here to help.
I'm gonna go help.
I want to help. Can I go?
No, sorry, you can't fly to the Ukraine. Well, then send me on a boat.
Oh yeah, let me help you.
I'm gonna ride my bike.
Spokesperson told CNN they are aware of unconfirmed reports of 2 U.S. citizens
Yeah, sure,
captured
pal.
in Ukraine and are monitoring.
All I have to do is put 2 pictures of 2 people that nobody knows on a screen, split the screen, and everybody believes it. That's it.
Yeah.
I could just see you'd arrive at the Ukrainian airport and they'd say, "What's your business in Ukraine?" Sightseeing. Tourist.
I just want to go see the land. Yeah.
And I want to help fight in the war.
Yeah. I've got my big
Oh,
AR-15
okay. Welcome.
ready
Come
to
in.
go.
Come on in.
Yeah.
Here's the M16.
There you go.
Monitoring the situation.
Night, Chuck. Thanks for coming, man. Inside Edition. Yeah.
It's my favorite channel. My favorite channel for fakery.
Yeah, they're real good.
Good night, Chuck. Thank you for coming by. If hopefully next week, Chuck, it's going to be your time. Oh. But yeah, the
This is all
GS.
garbage. I can't believe people are falling for this shit.
Yeah, two U.S. vets missing in Ukraine, feared, captured. Oh my gosh!
I saw. There's 3 now. It says 3. I saw one that said 3, the red one.
Missing in Ukraine. Well,
yeah.
We got to watch CNN. Let's see what CNN says.
Now it's 3.
President Biden says he has now been briefed on a growing number of Americans missing.
Got to have that number.
Oh, a growing number.
Tomorrow's going to be
It's going to be growing. They're telling us it's going to grow.
He's warning other Americans not to go there. We now have a photo posted by a Russian blogger that appears to show 2.
Oh my gosh.
They're blogging the war.
They've got a photo. Really? On your no internet and no electricity, no running water, no nothing, and you got a photo?
It came from the Russian hackers.
This is Russian. The Russians have a
Oh,
very blurry photo, but oh well.
Well, this definitely doesn't look like Campos. Now he looks different. Even his glasses are more rounded.
Yeah, I know it changes every time. Every news article they look different.
Yeah, and they must have cut his beard because his beard was much longer. He went to the barber since then.
He hasn't had food.
Oh yeah, so his beard dried up or what?
And his hands are tied behind his back. That makes him look different.
Yeah, it does.
Back of a military truck, their hands appear to be bound behind.
Oh
their
yeah.
backs.
What happened to is that all they do? I mean, wouldn't they like put blindfolds and?
I'm surprised they're not going. Hey, Mom.
I love it when they.
Hey, Mom. I'm surprised they don't have like soldiers next to them with guns to their head.
I got caught.
I love it when they announce and they say it appears to be. Yeah, okay, so you can't call them liars because
could be.
I didn't say for sure. It just
Hands
appears
bound.
that way.
Photo appears to show American in Russia truck. Yeah,
They're fearing that they're captured. We're fearing.
Don't be feared. Don't be feared, okay? Because these guys, they're just like going, help me, Mom. He's like, Mom, it's me.
CNN's Barbara Starr is at the Pentagon, and Barbara, this comes as the state.
Now that's a man. You can
Whoa.
see. Wow. That's a man. Well, that's a man too. Look at the neck here.
That is CNN's.
That's a Pentagon
reporter.
Yep. Well, look at the neck on this woman. You know that's a man. This one is just, I don't know.
That's a dude.
Department confirms a third
They're
American
both
is
dudes.
now missing in action in Ukraine. What more do you know?
Well, all 3 of these men have served in the past in the U.S. military. Let's go back to that photo of the 2 men in particular.
Please do. Get off the screen.
Let's take a deeper look at it. On the left, you have
there he is.
A former U.S. Army soldier, Alexander Druki.
Where's the third guy? Oh, yeah, he's missing.
What was his name? Alexander Drippy?
Let's go back. Let's find out. Because the names mean everything. Oh, Barbara Starr. Yeah.
The mom's name was Bunny.
Well, look, Barbara Starr.
Oh,
No.
she's a star.
Yeah, she's a star.
Barb Star.
Pentagon Star. She's a Pentagon. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And in particular, and take a deeper look at it. On the left, you have a former U.S. Army soldier, Alexander Druki.
Oh,
You see
Druki.
his hands behind his back. On the right, former Marine Andy Tai-Nuk Nguyen. Also, his hands
Tai-Nuk
behind
Nguyen.
his back. If you can
Tight Nuke win. So Tight Nuke
Yeah,
win.
when
Yeah.
get a close look at that photo, you would
Oh.
see food cans with paper labels
Oh.
on them with Russian.
his name is
flags.
I've Been
Neither of
Captured.
these men
I've
have
been
been heard from by their families in some days. So, and they were in fighting north of Kharkiv, by all accounts, in eastern Ukraine. So there's a good deal of concern about their safety.
Oh,
The
yeah.
Pentagon, the State Department, the White House has not said that they are being specifically held by.
Get him back! Get him back! Let the White House just move in and get him back.
Are they denying? Are they denying they're even there?
God only knows. I mean, come on now.
I'd be surprised if the Pentagon even says.
Raises a good deal of concern about where they are and what has happened to them.
Oh, what
There
has
is
happened?
a 20-year Marine veteran. Let's show his photo for 1 minute. His
Oh,
name is
1 minute.
Grady Kerpas.
All he gets is 1 minute.
Grady Crepuscular.
Grady Kerpas.
She's not even saying their names right.
He doesn't look American to me. Does he look American?
They don't. They look CGI. They
No.
look, one's the Chinese. The other one is, I'm not sure. One's Jose Campos.
One's yeah, Jose Campos. I love it.
He is on the left. He also went to Ukraine. He has not been heard from by.
Why? The question is, why in the hell did you go to Ukraine, dumbass?
His family, we are told, since April. The Pentagon, the State Department, again, just like the president, urging.
Oh, we're going to go back again. I just now noticed. Okay, so this guy's got plaid on. We all know plaid. Yeah, dumbass.
Also went to Ukraine. He has not been heard from.
Of course not.
By his
He's in
family,
Russia.
we are told, since
He's captured.
April. The Pentagon, the State Department, again, just like the president, urging Americans not to go. They are in touch, they say, with Ukraine authorities. They are in touch with the International Committee of the Red Cross. But unless and until they get
not the
some
Red
sort of
Cross.
resolution, maybe the Russians have something
Good old
to tell
Red
them
Cross.
about all this, it is going to be very tough business to try and get these 3 men
Pentagram.
returned to their families.
From the
Earlier
Pentagon.
today, in fact, the Kremlin spokesman publicly
Mrs.
said
Starr.
they didn't know anything about these 3 men. So these families in a very, very difficult position. By all accounts, all 3 very heartfelt, very courageous, went to Ukraine.
Yeah, we can tell that you're so heartfelt.
Yeah, didn't you say one of them haven't been heard from since April?
I don't know.
I think she said that one of them hadn't been heard
In
from
fact,
since
the Kremlin
April.
spokesman publicly said they didn't know anything about these 3 men. So these families in a very, very difficult position. By all accounts, all 3 very heartfelt, very courageous, went to Ukraine to try and help out there.
Barbara Starr, thank you for
Oh.
your reporting. Let's continue this conversation with Lieutenant General Mark Kirtland now.
Oh,
He's
yeah.
a CNN military analyst and was the commanding general.
They've always have an analyst.
Yeah.
Yeah, because he'll know everything.
Of Europe and the 7th Army. General, first, just your thoughts about these 3 missing Americans.
People we've never seen before, people we've never heard of before, people we've never.
I know.
I mean,
Terrible.
they can pick whoever they want and say they're an analyst, and people are going to be like, "Oh, let's listen."
Yeah, it's tough, Anna. This is a horrible situation, but going
Well, I'm glad that he came on to tell us it was a horrible situation.
back to before this war even started, I think the President Biden in early February and then again in early March suggested that U.S. citizens should not go to fight independently for.
So he's a lieutenant general, retired. Has anybody ever seen this guy?
Nope.
Ever? He's
We
retired.
We always have to have a retired expert.
He's CGI. It's
I mean,
Lieutenant General Sings.
I'm telling you. I mean, I didn't see him ever before when he was in active duty.
Never heard of him.
Never seen his face.
No.
Just
Ukraine.
asking.
The reason for that is we actually have a law on the books. Not many people know about this, and I'm certainly not a lawyer.
In
I won't
Europe
go into
and
the
7th
details,
Army.
but it's called the Neutrality Act. It was written in 1794 by George Washington, preventing people from going to France to fight for the
George Washington, that was a 33-degree Mason. That guy? Oh, okay.
the French. It was updated in the late 1800s, again in the 1930s, and it basically says it's a U.S. code provision that says the U.S. government, not individual Americans, decide foreign policy. So when you have individuals going to fight for another country,
so why would you? When did that come about? Please tell us, Lieutenant General retired guy.
putting themselves in harm's way, whereas it may seem extremely admirable if they are taken prisoners, if they are captured, like these three.
They entered at their own risk.
They're on their own.
That's it. You're coming into Ukraine. You're entering at your own risk.
They're disposable.
Young men have been. It causes some very challenging issues within
You
the
think?
State Department and the defense.
It should have been challenging when they got on the airplane.
Yeah, they shouldn't have let it happen.
I'm wanting to cuss, but I had to stop myself. Okay.
Department getting them out. And they could be viewed as the opposing country, in this case Russia, as mercenaries, and they could be treated more poorly. And it's very difficult for the State Department to say, hey, these are American citizens.
You think?
Russian responds with, well, then what the hell are they doing in Ukraine, fighting for Ukraine?
Yeah.
It's a very delicate situation. And
Delicate.
That's why Americans should not be going to Ukraine to fight for them.
You think? Would we want people from Russia? Would we let people from Russia to come help us or Ukraine? I mean, would they? Oh, we need some help because of course, America, we're like the top of the chain here. But I mean, come on, everybody from China and everybody, come help us. Yeah, it's a delicate situation.
Joining me now for an exclusive interview, Joy Black,
yeah.
Andy Tynyoquin's fiance and
let's
Bunny
all cry.
Druki, mother of Alexander John Robert.
Joy, what do you know about when and where your fiance Andy and Bunny's son Alexander were last seen?
Oh boy.
As far as I know, it was Thursday. I think that was the 9th, and it was during an operation in the Kharkiv region of Ukraine.
Yeah, you would know all
near
of that.
town, I think it's
Yeah,
called Izvitsky. I could be pronouncing that incorrect.
Yeah, she's gonna know all that because they had so much internet and electricity out there.
They were TikToking their strategy.
Yeah, exactly. She's like, last I knew, I'm on TikTok. It was like he messaged me and said, "Hey, this is where I'm at."
They were dancing.
Yeah, in Ukraine, and we're getting ready to go.
But it's around there.
And Bunny, both your son and Andy are military veterans. Did Alexander talk to you about why he wanted to go to travel to Ukraine and fight?
I'm sorry. Look, she's got the little Ukraine. Oh my God! I'm sorry. Oh, okay.
Oh yes, we talked about it for about a month before he made
yeah,
the decision.
We talked.
He felt very strongly. He's one of the most loyal Americans you would ever hope to meet, and he was proud to serve his country. And he said, "Mom, I really."
Because you're not loyal, Danny, right?
No. And then he goes over there and gets captured.
That's right. You should have went.
Look bad.
You should have went, and you would have been more loyal. What's wrong with you, Danny?
I'm thinking about getting an airplane ticket.
really need to go and help fight in Ukraine, because if Putin is not stopped there,
he's going to go help stop Putin.
He'll become emboldened, and eventually Americans will be threatened, and he needs to be stopped now. And Alex didn't go to fight. He said, I have the skills to help train Ukrainian soldiers and help them learn how to use the weapons that.
Okay, so he wasn't a fighter. He was a lover, not a fighter. He was a trainer. He was going over there to show him his skills, and he got captured.
He got caught up in a mass shooting.
A big one. A big mass shooting. It's called a war.
that America was sending over there.
Uh-huh.
And Joy,
America
when was the
was
last time you
sending
spoke
over.
with Andy?
It was
There we go.
also a text message on June 8th.
Oh,
We've been having kind of a normal conversation
on TikTok.
A little bit about food, and then he told me he loved me very much and that he would be unavailable for 2 to 3 days.
Oh,
And did he talk to you about what he'd been experiencing so far?
I think he was crying.
Oh, we get the dog in there.
Yeah.
Not to worry me, so he didn't really tell me when he was doing.
Could she cry just a little bit? I put pepper in her eyes. Just a little bit of pepper. That's all I ask. Please.
Things like that. All I knew is when he was like joining and things like that.
And Bunny, I understand you've been in contact with the U.S. Embassy. If you can, what are they telling you about where Alexander and Andy might be?
They're telling her they don't care.
They were like, "You're just here to do a photo op, and just make sure you read your script, and you're good to go. Put your little flag on your little lapel here, and just you're good to go."
Everything possible to locate them. That they've had nothing verified yet, and for me to, for Joy and me to remain encouraged and
this girl's shaking like her boobies. Like, watch.
And know that they are doing
She's
things
shaking.
behind the scenes day and night.
Is that a cry?
24/7. They're going to find them.
And Joy, are you being told the same thing?
Pretty much. I haven't had direct like phone conversations with the embassy, but all of the official channels I've gone through
You got TikTok, bitch. Oh, sorry.
have pretty much said the same thing, and that they've all been very supportive and very helpful, and they're all taking it really seriously, and I really appreciate it.
Oh,
And Bunny, how are you holding up?
very well.
I'm trying.
Very well. I'm getting through. I haven't cried a tear, and I'm getting through this very well because the ears don't match the guy that they said they sent. The one that went to fight and to train and everything. I'm getting through very well.
None of them are asking the U.S. government to do anything.
Well, she said that she contacted the U.S. Embassy or something.
Yeah, she said I've been in touch with them.
Yeah.
Not once have they said on the news, "Go get my son. Go get him. Save him."
Yeah. Well, they don't know where they are, so how could they save him?
They're gonna find them.
They're gonna find him.
Getting upset won't help Alex.
Oh
at
yeah,
all.
don't cry.
But hearing Joy
Just your
for
son.
the first time, this is difficult.
Oh no! Oh no!
Because
Oh!
I feel
Oh! Oh!
Oh my God, this is the worst I've ever seen.
Because that
I think they both get.
Look
Look at
I
that.
can, they're reading a sign that says like applause, but it says
Hey,
cry.
Ready? Cry. Look at her. Look at that face. Ooh. And ready? Go.
that's what Alex would want.
That's what Alex wants.
Well, you're both really strong. I know
You're
this
both
is,
really stupid.
it's just impossibly hard. Joy, you and Andy are engaged. What do you want people?
It would be better if you guys could both cry, and then it would be more believable.
To know about him?
Oh, she smiles.
He's just so strong, and he has such a big heart. He didn't go there for selfish
He's got a big
reasons or
nose,
anything.
too.
He really had this gnawing at his heart and this big burden on him to go and serve the people however he can. And just, I know it's not a great situation, but I'm still very proud of him. And
How old is he? He's 33.
Did they say that?
No, but I'm betting he is.
Bunny, is there anything else you want people to know?
I want everyone to know, first of all, they're together. Andy and Alex.
Wow.
We don't want one to come home without the other. They were best buddies there, and
Are they both her sons?
No.
Okay.
we want everybody to remember that it's not just one person there. And the second thing is for them to know that it was not, Alex did not go there as a representative of the U.S. military. He went there as
Okay. Well, of course he didn't, because that means that we would be invading. Yeah, he didn't go there with the military, everybody.
a civilian with military training.
Oh,
He
yeah.
went there on his own.
On his
he was
own.
Not sent there by our government.
Yeah.
Wow.
Joy, anything else you want to say?
Andy too on what she just.
I'm gonna go into convulsions
What she
because
said.
I'm trying to cry. I'm gonna convulse right now and shake my boobies.
This is where I usually ask,
And he wasn't.
how can anybody not see through this?
This
Yeah,
is
no.
this is like a really stupid video.
This is
It's a
like
good-
the Brady Bunch. They just need 3 more pictures above them.
Yeah.
Easy, but he was doing what was right.
What's the song? I was gonna start singing it.
And what he truly felt.
Of a
called
boy
to
named
the Lord to
Brady.
do.
Joy,
They were
and
living in
Here's a name named Whiny.
Tony, I'm so sorry for what you both are going through, and
Living
and I'm
all
glad you're in touch with each
together.
other, and we'll continue to be, no doubt. And we wish you
Oh,
the
yeah.
best. We'll continue to stay in touch with you.
Thank you so much, Anderson.
Oh yeah, thank you. Oh.
Thank God. Oh, thank you so
Oh,
much.
thank you. Oh, thank you.
Anderson, you CIA operative, you.
Oh yeah. We just know that you mean so well. Wow. That was a good one.
Yeah.
I
That was
like
bad. That was propaganda.
Yeah. That's you gotta catapult the propaganda. You gotta catapult the propaganda for the truth to sink in.
You could pull up any news story and it's going to be like that.
Oh no, but CNN did that. That was like classic. They like put. It's like they do it on purpose. I mean, really. I mean, think
Yeah,
how.
there's certain ones that like stand out, and it's just they reek of terrible acting and
I mean,
all kinds of problems. Reading off of cue cards.
And they always have Anderson Cooper in there, and with his sympathy for what they're going through.
But I've been told lately that the news is not always fake. Somebody told me that. I can't remember who it was.
They were wrong. They were wrong.
I don't get it. Oh my gosh, that was pretty funny. Actually. Yeah, I don't keep up on that kind of stuff because I really don't keep up. But that was pretty good. Anything else? Anybody?
I'm all out.
You're all out.
I'm all out. I don't have any more links.
I don't have any more links. You didn't even put a link.
I know. That's the first time I haven't linked.
I know. You're usually the link ho. Wow. I haven't even looked at the chat. I don't even know. Okay, there's my phone.
He is back, and Robert Goodman's here. We haven't seen him here before, I don't think.
Dingleberry. Huh. Somebody trying to come on? Somebody got out? Oh, I thought it sounded like somebody was trying to come in. So anyway, the Shady Bunch. I thought that was a good one.
Yeah, it
Just for a random one, yeah, it was
Yeah.
random pick. It was good.
Yeah. Let's see. Oh no, America's missing in Ukraine. Let's see what these guys have to say. White House.
This looks like an official report here.
This morning, we're now hearing from the families of 2 U.S. veterans feared captured by Russian forces in Ukraine.
It really just.
Oh
it's
God,
not an
this
issue
girl
that
again.
Stacy's got such a big heart. We just want it back.
The men, Alexander Drueke and Andy Wynn, both from Alabama, were reportedly serving as volunteers with the Ukrainian military. Druke's family say his platoon came under heavy fire last week, forcing everyone to fall back except for Drueke and Wynn. The State Department saying it's
Drueke
aware
and
of
Wynn.
the unconfirmed reports.
Dude,
True, we'll do everything we can to
something went wrong.
get back home.
Their families say the men traveled to Ukraine in April, not knowing each other, but quickly became friends, deeply believing in their mission to help Ukraine.
So how do they know they're friends? How do they know that these two are friends?
Good question. Yes, it is.
And
Good
soon
question.
after that, they became friends. I mean, and then they show those two captured on a picture.
Well, because it's a well-known established fact that war forges good friendship.
Right.
So they're just going off of that.
Oh, okay.
He couldn't sit idly by. He couldn't eat. He couldn't sleep, knowing that the people over there were suffering in such a way.
Oh yeah, because it was so it was so
He
terrible.
really felt he had to go try to help in some way.
He really felt like he had a purpose and was very proud.
Did she play off of Sandy Hook or something, or Sandy Crook, or
Probably.
yeah? Because she's not very sad at all. She's very motivated.
Of what he was doing, he felt very honored to be accepted by the Ukrainian people, and he felt
Why
the
does she keep looking up?
responsibility to help them.
Back in April, Wynn spoke on the phone to the ABC station in Huntsville, Alabama, acknowledging the danger.
I made peace with the decision. I know there's a potential of me dying.
So did they both go in their uniforms? I mean, because they keep showing their, yeah.
Yeah,
TikTok.
probably did.
For what I believe is right.
Other Westerners have been taken prisoner during the war, including 2 British men sentenced to death by Russian-backed separatists.
Yeah, that looks real. Oh my God!
Sentenced, it looks like they were sentenced to death a long time ago.
It looks like he had AIDS. Oh yeah, that didn't exist. Okay.
We discourage Americans from going to Ukraine and
Oh my
fighting
God.
in Ukraine. It is a war zone.
In the meantime, President Biden yesterday announcing another $1 billion in
That's
military
real.
aid for Ukraine, the biggest single
That's
military
real.
aid commitment to
That's
date.
real, everybody.
That's real training.
He says that aid is desperately needed, with the Russians now controlling at least 75% of a key city in eastern Ukraine.
Oh yeah, 75%.
Hi, everyone. George.
They only got 25% more to go. They're getting close.
That's the biggest bunch of crap I ever seen.
It's like so.
What's the angle? Why do they got to have missing Americans?
For everybody to keep watching.
Yeah, it's just another twist.
A talking subject.
Well,
Did
like,
you hear
oh
about
my
the
God.
3 Americans?
Let's make it real and more real, and let's have missing Americans so that it could be real.
Yeah,
Okay.
lends it credibility.
Ooh, let's look at
It
this
can't
one.
be fake. There's missing Americans.
There's some action in this one. It kind of looked like. Let's see.
And they went there to help.
A third American military veteran has reportedly gone missing in Ukraine. This follows a reported capture of 2 other former U.S. service members by Russian forces. CBS News foreign correspondent Chris Livesay has the latest.
It may be Ukraine's war.
Ooh, action!
Dude, that was right behind you.
But more and more Americans are fighting in it. Now a third has
That makes that's it. That's the war, guys. That's the whole war right there. That makes it real.
gone missing on the front lines. Retired Marine Captain Brady Kerpazzi, a 20.
They were all retired. Oh, not. He's in uniform here. Did you see him, Danny? Look. See?
Yeah.
Does it look like he's in America? Because these look all non-American people.
They all look. I can't on my phone, I can't see the ones in the back, but those two in the front sure look like they're Chinese.
The ones in the back, there might be one black person here, but the ones in the back, they're all Asian.
20-year veteran reportedly went silent after taking small arms fire in the Kherson region, according to a family friend. This after two other former U.S. servicemen, 39-year-old Alex
God. Pasty face.
Okay, this is not the same guy. Even his nose is not as wide as the other guy, or maybe he's skinnier. I don't know.
Druki and 27-year-old Andy Wynn were reported captured this week by Russian forces here in the Kharkiv region. CBS News spoke to an American who says he fought alongside them. He asked not to be identified.
We knew that by going over there and serving for the government of Ukraine, that little to no protections would be extended to us, and that the United States government would be powerless to help us.
If confirmed capture, their fate was in the hands of Russia.
Yeah, that's where I want to go.
So why didn't that guy get captured? That was supposedly somebody that fought with him over there.
Yeah.
Lawmakers are already calling for the death penalty. Chris Livesay, CBS News, Kharkiv, Ukraine.
What if they put him to death?
So the Ukraine's going to kill him?
No, Russia.
This is what you get for coming over here.
Yeah, you shouldn't have. If you wouldn't have got captured, we wouldn't have killed you.
Oh, let's keep scrolling. I'm just liking this. Ugh. Oh. Video appears to show a missing American drained. Oh, let's see what they have to show here. Because he's in the chair.
Maybe. Oh, he's going to wink us a code.
Latest on the war in Ukraine today, new video emerged appearing to show
new
missing
video.
Americans detained by pro-Russian forces in the country.
They
Also,
were
Ukrainian
leaked.
President Volodymyr Zelensky made a rare trip
Oh my
outside
God.
the capital Kyiv, visiting the southern cities of Odessa and Mykolaiv. Both are often targets for
Does that even look real? Let's go back.
No.
The building itself.
No.
Does that?
That looks like Chernobyl.
It looks like they just put like a wall up. I mean, come on, people.
of Odessa and Mykolaiv. Both are often
doesn't
targets
even
for
look
Russian
real.
forces. In the east, Ukrainians use American-supplied howitzers on the war's front lines. This is a part of a package of advanced, longer-range howitzers requested by Ukrainians. Tonight, CBS's Chris Livesay reports from Kharkiv.
Hi, Bunny. It's about time you come in.
Good evening, Errol. Russian media has wasted no time showing images of those two captured Americans. Their loved ones say they started by offering assistance to Ukrainians, but wound up fighting right here in the Kharkiv area on the front line. In captivity, Russian territory, but thank God they're alive, says Alex.
Sorry. I mean, let's back that one up. Look, the shadow and everything. Look at the shadow. It's so stupid.
Oh.
It's so dumb. Dumb. All right. This is dumb.
Thank God they're alive.
Oh, but they gave him water. He just drank some water. I guess they're not doing too bad.
Is Alex Trucky's mother, Bunny.
I was just relieved.
I
He
was
looks
just relieved.
Not like he's been beaten or mistreated. That was really encouraging to me.
Druki and Andy Wynn, both former military from Alabama, were fighting in a squadron of foreign volunteers alongside the Ukrainian army. But last week, they went missing, says Wynn's fiancée, Joy Black.
And that they missed their rendezvous point, and that had been a few days prior. They had gone out and searched. They didn't find anything.
This week, they turned up on Russian media, where this host mocked their families as they pleaded for their lives. They went to Ukraine to kill Russians, he says, but ended up being captured by the same Russians. They were fighting here in the Kharkiv area, one of the most hostile fronts of the war. This is a shell from World War II that was unearthed the moment a Russian cruise missile slammed into the exact same spot years.
Let's go back. Does that look like a missile? Or it looks like a sweet potato to me?
Looks like a turd.
Does that look anything like a missile, Danny?
Oh, that looks like a World War II unexploded ordnance. Yeah, that's what that is.
That's what yeah, that's what they said it was. So it must
looks
be.
like a sweet potato to me. A big sweet potato.
Danny confirms it.
Back in World War II, they used the red and white tape like that.
I'm not looking at the tape. I'm looking at this turd.
No, that thing it's just a piece of poop sitting there.
It looks like a big sweet potato with, I don't know, a tail. That it doesn't even look metal.
No, it doesn't look like anything I would ever seen ever.
I mean, so would you?
Yeah,
use
it's a yam.
Yeah, a yam. It's a golden. It's a golden yam.
By now petrified.
I don't know. It's got a little bit.
And why didn't the missile blow it up?
No, this is
just
the missile.
Unearthed it. It didn't blow it up. It just unearthed it.
No, it must have been in the ground, and then the missile. They said it was unearthed by a missile, a recent missile.
Okay, so let's take a look at this picture. All right, so we got. I mean, you know the theater scenes that they had in the Wild Wild West, where they had just the wall.
Right. Yeah.
You know, so this looks to me like just the wall of like a Western, a Western scene. And all of this looks inserted. I mean, I'm just saying.
Hostile fronts of the war. This is a shell from World War II.
It's a shell. Danny, does that look like a shell to you?
Now it does, yeah. Now that
okay. I just wanted to refresh your memory.
It's a dirty shell.
It's a poopy shell?
Yeah.
That's what it is. It's a shell.
It's make believe.
Everybody that is watching, this is a shell from the war.
That was unearthed the moment a Russian cruise missile slammed into the exact same spot years later. Here in Ukraine, the scars of war run deep.
The scars.
Literally.
Scars.
Ukrainian forces have been suffering heavy losses, as many as 200 troops per day, in what they say is the bloodiest phase of the war.
Wow.
For those captured, their fate rests in the hands of Russia, where lawmakers have called for the death penalty.
Chris Livesay is in Kharkiv and joins us now. Chris, why is President Biden using this as an opportunity for a warning?
Well, President...
And they were playing the sirens in the background at that time. Really.
Opportunity for a warning.
Well, President Biden's...
Stupid. It's so stupid. Sorry, guys. They keep stopping. That's exact. They gotta have it's like the music that they play, but they gotta have the.
Yeah, somebody 3 feet away from him is playing a little radio.
Let's play it again.
Bang, 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 bang.
Well, President Biden says he doesn't know where those missing Americans are, but as for...
Of course he doesn't. Nobody does. If anybody knew where the missing Americans were, they wouldn't be missing. Sheesh.
A minor detail.
I know. I'm just saying. Biden does not know where the missing Americans are.
Look at that guy's name.
Livesay?
Yeah, Chris Lives almost says lies.
Chris Livesay.
If you take the V out.
Lies.
Lies, eh?
Lives, eh? What the heck? I mean, really? Really? Biden doesn't know where the missing Americans are. Yeah, nobody knows, supposedly.
Missing Americans are, but as for other Americans thinking of coming here, he told them
don't do it.
To stay home for
Oh
good
my
reason. You might be able to hear
God.
the air raid sirens behind me, but also because Russian media says they'll be
Stay home. You're grounded.
And at the end of this, we'll have some artillery fire.
Biden doesn't know where the missing Americans are.
Stay home. We're not done taking your guns yet.
But we're just telling you to all stay home and don't go help. Because you could be missing too. Because we can hear all the sirens in the background. What the? People buy this
able to
crap.
hear the air raid sirens behind me, but also because Russian media says they'll be treated as mercenaries and not according to the protections of the Geneva Convention. Errol?
All right, Chris Livesay and our CBS News crew there, thank you very much.
Mm-hmm.
This is real, guys. This guy is real.
It's what they're really putting out.
Wow. Oh, here now they're carrying this guy. Oh, this guy's put eye drops in his eye.
Yeah, what's that all about?
Yeah, I mean, they gave him water. They had him, in a chair, but they gave him water. Now
they're going to have him crying. He's putting tears in his eyes.
Let's see this one. Anybody?
New video airing on pro-Russian media
Oh,
channels
look.
shows what appears to be 2 Americans who went missing last week, less than 10
Oh my God.
kilometers from the Russian border.
Was a SBU or fell under the SBU.
The video appears to show the men detained in an unknown location, along with a brief interview with 27-year-old.
So why are they blurring out the other guy's face with the mask on?
Yeah, because he's the enemy.
Oh, okay. We don't want.
He's a bad guy.
I mean, I'm surprised. Oh my God.
Andy Huen. Huen is seen
This is too funny.
handcuffed with his head lowered,
Handcuffed.
being escorted by a Russian soldier.
Does it look like he's like pushing him and using force? Does it really look like that arm is tight? And does it look like his thumb is like gripping him? I don't think so.
Was back in America before I left. I was watching at the time a lot of propaganda from the Western side.
In a separate 6-second video posted,
he knows the Smith Modernization Act.
Yeah.
That's what he was saying.
It's
That's in code.
It's all fake.
Yeah, he was speaking in code, everybody. That was to tell us what's going on.
posted on Telegram, a bearded man with an American accent speaks into the camera and says, "My name is Alexander Druki. I am against war." He then
Jeez.
This is so dumb. Here we go.
repeats, "I am against war" in Russian.
They had a nickname of Task
They
Force
gave him eye
Baguette.
drops because his eyes are dry.
Baguette, yes. They were attached to the Ukrainian army. They were a recon unit.
Whether the Americans were speaking freely in the videos has not been verified. Huen and Druki are both U.S. veterans from Alabama who volunteered.
Please give the interview so we can make it look like you've been captured.
Here to join the effort against Russia in Ukraine. In an interview with CNN, Andy Huen's fiance spoke out, saying Huen did not go to Ukraine with the intention to fight.
Once he had decided that he was definitely going to go, he just knew that he wanted to help any way that he could, whether it was humanitarian, passing out water, anything like that. Wherever the Lord pulled him, that's where he was going to go.
U.S. President Joe Biden was asked about the missing Americans. Biden confirming that there is, in fact, an additional soldier missing. The U.S. State Department has identified the third man as U.S. Marine veteran Grady Kirkpassy. There's no evidence that he has been detained, and his whereabouts remain
Of course, they
unknown.
haven't shown pictures
I
yet.
have in Greek, we don't know where they are, but I want to reiterate, Americans should not be going to Ukraine.
The State Department keeps us informed.
No, duh.
The day.
Don't go to Ukraine, Danny.
Don't do
Don't
it.
do it. Don't do it.
It's a hard urge to fight, but I think I'll be all right.
Okay. Just don't go. Don't go, Danny. Don't go.
I have every confidence in that.
Every confidence.
As Coach Saban tells the Crimson Tide fans,
yeah.
trust the process. And that.
Wow. Wow. What the heck?
That's what we're doing.
U.S. officials say they are in contact with Ukrainian authorities. A Kremlin spokesperson says, quote, "We do not know anything about it when asked about the missing Americans." Melissa Nakavali, City News.
Wow. That's pretty funny.
They're laying it on thick.
No kidding.
Oh, I didn't even hear about this until now.
I hadn't either. Yeah. Wow.
They're giving them eye drops and water. Who's this guy? He must be some analyst. Oh my God, this is so dumb. Dumb. People are like, how could you laugh? That girl is just laughing the whole live stream. Yeah. So dumb.
There's so many of them.
Look, it keeps going forever. Ever. I'm scrolling and scrolling. Who's this guy? Oh, he's from the Telegraph. Ukraine war. Captured. Seen moments before surrender. Without head injury visible.
Hey, let's take a vote. What do you guys think is going to happen? Are they going to get released, or are they going to say they killed them
They're going to get released
and come back and get medals of honor?
I think they're going to be. I don't know. That's a good question.
They're going to be released.
Let's take a vote.
Biden's going to save them.
Yes.
No.
And everybody's going to be so happy.
Biden is incompetent and he's like ruining America. So like they're going to capture him and they're going to like stay there. Kind of like what Reagan did. He like, he was the hero.
There's going to be a ticker-tock parade in New York. They return.
I predict more people will
everybody's
go.
going to be so happy.
Have a good night, Mac. Thanks for stopping by.
Good night, Mac. Good to see you, man.
Yeah, I'm almost falling asleep.
Okay. All right. It was fun.
Yeah. Yeah, I had a good time.
Thanks for coming on.
Yeah. Good to have you here with us, Danny. Enjoyed it.
Yeah. I'll bow out for now. It's 2:30. Oh no, it's 2:33.
Oh yeah, a year later.
Dun dun dun. I can't leave at 2:33. I gotta wait till it's 2:34.
At least, yes, definitely.
But yeah, if you guys stay on, I'll finish. I'll put it on in the bedroom and.
Oh no, I have to go because my time runneth out.
Okay. Very good. Well, it was a fun stream, and I'll talk. Thanks to everybody in the chat.
Yeah.
And
Thanks
until
for
next
coming
time.
on. I appreciate you guys.
All right. Well, yep. Good stream.
Have a good night, Danny.
All right, Dub. You take care, and I'll talk
Good night,
to you later.
Lisa.
You too, man. Guys, glad to have you here. Enjoyed it.
She's in bed already.
She's like, it's time to go to bed, husband.
All right. Well, had a good time, guys. I'll talk to you later.
Good night, Danny.
All right,
The chat was really good again.
Yeah.
Appreciate that.
All right, guys. I'm going to go ahead and hang
Take
it
care.
up then. Take care, Danny. We're just calling it out.
Yeah.
The way it is. But yeah. So thanks everybody for coming on and hanging out with us. I appreciate you very much. And thank you, Dub Wilkinson, for hanging out with me. And as always I appreciate
my pleasure. Always.
Thank you, Yo Laserbeam. Thank you, Mac. Thank you, T. Thank you, Horse Mom. Thank you, Chuck Middleton. Let's see. I'm scrolling. Nuckin, thank you, Nuckin, for coming on. Thank you, Doctor. Let's see. Let's see if I can keep scrolling. A lot of people dropped out.
Yeah.
But way cool. I had a good time.
Yeah. Very
Until
good,
next
I think.
week. Until next week. Appreciate you guys. Have a great night. And we'll see you next time. Next week. Love you guys.
Night
Take care.
all.
Bye. It won't let me end the stream.
Why would that be, I wonder?
I don't know. I'll call you, Dub.
Okay. That's good. See you in a bit.